Yo. Yo. Camera's not working. Hold on. Back to the start screen. Hold on. Yo, what's up, Loco? What's up, man? How are you? Oh, well, if it ain't my daddy. Oh, you found him. Welcome in. Hold on, I gotta fix my camera. Hold on. What's up? I'm good? I'm glad. I'm glad. My camera decided not to work. Give me a second. All right. Let me turn this down a little bit more while I'm fixing this. Just gotta let y'all know, I gotta be out of here by 2:30 today. So I gotta pack. Gotta leave today and I have not packed, so that's great. Video broadcast is not working. Hold on. We'll get this fixed. Just give me a second. Every once in a while it decides it doesn't want to work. Let's like reinstall it. Weirdly enough. How is everybody? How's your days going? How was your rest of your day yesterday? What'd y'all do? Close. Continue. Next. Reinstalling. I have 3 videos I want to watch, and then we can play. We'll get right into Red Dead after that. Well, 2, really. 1 is optional. Did MDA and then gave blow to Andrew Tate. Sounds like quite the day, you know? Sounds like quite the day. But, do you consider that a good day or standard day? Special day? Thank God it's Skratsx. Yo, what's up, Solo? What's up? I'm about to turn my camera on, but I have to reinstall something because my camera's not working. How are you, Solo? What up, what up? Another day, another overtime. Yeah. Yeah. How long's your overtime today? Also, I was wondering if you want to watch Death Row Meals since we've been doing about prison food. Wait, who blew Andrew Tate? Not good, but not bad, did. He did. He did. Hopefully this opens. If not, I may have to restart. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. No, hold on. Let me re-add this. Why is my cam acting weird? All right, we're good. What's up, everybody? Overtime is 3 hours. Okay, 3 hours. So hang in there, man. Yo, what's up? What's up? We here. We here. Fixed it. We fixed it. Thank God. I was worried. And it does it every once in a while. But I just got to keep the install file on hand so we're good. Nice, Shane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm opening Red Dead 2, so I have it open so I don't have to do anything different. Yo, is now chat not working? Is chat not? Yeah, chat's not on the screen now. Yo. You have a PS4, PS5? I had a PS4 and it broke. I do not have a PS5 yet, though. I will acquire one soon. Well, not soon. Well, I don't know when soon is, but I will be getting one. What's the plan for Red Dead today? I think we're gonna do a main mission. I think we have like we're near main mission for Dutch. We might as well do that. And then so you add me, people. When I get one. I don't even remember I haven't had a PS4 in a while. When I get one, like, I don't mind. But I have to get it first, obviously. I gotta fix chat now. We're having all kinds of difficulties, guys. Let me refresh. Still not showing up. Hold on. I think I have 5 URLs with this. You play Warzone? I don't. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not a big COD guy.
Hello?
You know what I'm saying? Not a big COD guy. Do you play it a lot? Plus, I haven't really heard great things about COD lately. You know, a lot of people seem very frustrated. So I don't know if I want to walk down that road. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Good. COD just gets boring after a while. Same concept. Get camels, kill people.
Give me a hell yeah!
I would agree with that, actually. I agree. I feel like a lot of people are like, I've heard that the update wasn't good either, and so people were pretty upset. Like, people were pretty upset. All right, hopefully that works. If it doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I get that. Not working. Try the other one. Yeah, I saw like Joe and them make a video about the update. There's a lot of blowback about it, which I understand. People are mad. I think they went a little too crazy with it, you know? But my boy, yo, what's up, Lando? What's up? But I understand why people are mad. You know, I'd probably be frustrated too if that was like the only game I played. Maybe I need to set up a new one. Oh, hold on. Let me open the story and pause it so the video's not up. How you doing, Lando? I don't know why chat didn't, like, everything's broken on stream today. Camera didn't work. Chat doesn't want to show up on stream. May I get a shout out? Sure. There you go. It says you play Shadowfight. What games do you like playing? So off stream, I'm getting back into Val. Off stream. On stream, I like to play a lot of story games. Just because it's easier for me to talk with you guys. Like if I played Valorant on, thanks man, I appreciate it. No problem. If I played Valorant on stream, I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys because I wouldn't be able to focus. You know what I'm saying? But I like to play a lot of story games. I don't like to play horror games, but it's been asked that I play them. So, you know, we'll probably play one soon. What else do I like to play? Some of my friends are trying to get me to play Minecraft, but I still don't really see the upside, if that makes sense. Because I don't get it. You interested in Genshin? I've played Genshin before, but the thing is, I don't really like gacha games like that, with the exception of like the Yu-Gi-Oh game. But I've heard a lot of people love it. Do you like it? It was fun when I played for a little bit, but then I got a little tired of it. That makes sense. All right, let's see if this one shows up. I played it. Did you like it? Yeah, chat is just not showing up. Is it showing up on other screens? No. Yeah? Do you still play it? Downloaded it 2 days ago. Oh, so you're new. You're new to it. Yeah, chat is just not showing up. I guess we're a chatless stream today, unfortunately. I may have to use the stupid Stream Elements one, which is delayed. Yeah, it seems cool. Or what we're gonna have to do, I know we may have to do. We have to do it the Hassan way. Open Chatterino up for right now. Greetings from Russia, brother. Greetings. Greetings from the US, Sergi. How are you? No chat? No, I got you. You guys are showing up. We're just gonna have to do it different. Feel me? We're gonna have to do it different. There we go. There you go. I got you. You guys are right here. See? I got you. I'm neither a whale, dolphin, or porpoise. I am used tuna. Interesting. The only reason I come here. Well, you're on screen. You know? I got you. Don't you worry. Until I can fix chat, I got you. But born in Portugal. That's cool. I've been in the The sub count's not showing up either. Yo. Nothing's working. I just realized that. Sub count's not on. Channel points show up though, right? Let me see.
You got soda, Papa?
The sound works, but the overlay doesn't work. What stream platform do you use? I use Stream Elements. Hold on, chat. I think I know what I need to do. Let me go to Stream Elements real quick. I think I need to refresh like everything. Got motherfucking hacked. I definitely did not get hacked. I know that. I just need to refresh everything. I gotta refresh everything, you know?
Hey!
Yo, Sergey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what's crazy? We've almost got 100 followers this month, in the month of April. Like, we've got, like, since April 1st, we've almost got 100 followers, which is crazy. Absolute crazy. I appreciate y'all for real. I'm gonna refresh this stuff, and hopefully that works. Saturday I may have to restart OBS, but I just don't feel like doing that, to be honest with you. I don't feel like restarting, so we'll just use Chatterino and shit. Which is still fine. But then you guys won't see each other like on when I'm playing games. I don't know what to do. Like, are you okay with Russians? Yeah, I don't have a problem with Russians. Why would I have a problem with Russians? I don't care. Good morning, you big lip beast. Yo, what's up, Snow? What up? So I guess I'll have to do it like... Is this a bad time? No, so you notice chat's not showing up on the screen? Like it's not showing up today? Everything's broken. Everything. Feels like Draymond just stomped on my setup. You know what I'm saying? Play games, gosh. Everything's like, see, no chat is showing up. You see what I'm saying? What up, Lev? Everything's like, look, chat's not showing up on screen. If you redeem a channel point, the picture doesn't show up. The big least beast stepped up. Yeah, Draymond fucking stomped my shit. He just went straight, like, this is what he did to my setup, bro. He just...
Monk puts it up.
You see it? Look, he just stomped my shit. I hacked in your computer. I see your search history. Big booty Latina men oiled up. I'm deleting your Twitch. See? Like, it doesn't work. I gotta use it with them big ass size 18s. That motherfucker, bro. I'm not gonna lie though. That was Sabonis' fault. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Shouldn't have grabbed the foot. You know what I'm saying? If someone grabs my foot, I'm stomping. You know? I'm stomping down. And I'd be mad if I was getting my ass whooped like that too. Look at his shoes. The John's big as fuck. He stomped him like crazy, bro. I guess I gotta use fucking... I gotta use the chat. Arthur ain't doing shit today. It doesn't seem like it because everything's broken. Everything's broken. But Draymond got a track record. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let me copy the URL, I guess. Fuck. We're going to have to use this delayed ass Stream Elements one, bro. So, enjoy. We're going to have this delayed ass Stream Elements one. Browser source. Stream Elements. Chat. Don't whelp our streamer. There we go. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Or is like everything. If everything's broken, that means I just have to restart OBS. Because I see it popping up right here. But it's not popping up anywhere else. I'm getting a new pair of sneakers soon. They're 2 South Park limited edition Adidas. Let me see. Adidas. Let's see what them looking like. Which ones? Which ones you getting? Which ones? That'll determine what my reaction is. The Kennys? Okay. Okay. I'm fucking with those. That's cool. This is scuffed? Yeah, everything's fucking scuffed. I may have to restart OBS, but I just don't feel like doing it. I'm sorry. I like the blue ones. The blue ones were cool. Sorry, Living Stoy. The stands and Cartmans were pretty hard. Let me look at those again. The Cartmans are my favorite ones. Bottom left was the best one by far. Stands. Cartmans are pretty nice. I like them. I'm not gonna lie. Even the Stream Elements one's not working. So that means it's OBS. I also like top mid. Oh, the Kennies. Wait. Who are they associated with? But these. I know what you're talking about, though. But because now I'm confused if it's, you know. I'm saying. Yeah, looking at them now, I'm confused. Yeah, because of how they align the characters. Put me in the bottom. How they aligned them, I'm confused as to who's associated with what. The blue looks like Butters. It kind of does, but he's not even on here. I spoke out of turn, but I'm a good man. I don't deserve your mercy, but I humbly ask for it. It's no trying to avoid the roof, huh? Trying to avoid the roof. Top left is Cartman. It has to be. It has to be because the hat, the yellow, and the red. Top middle is Stan. Okay, because of the colors. Blue. So that means this is Kenny. This one has to be Kenny then, because it's orange. What the fuck is this? Wait, not good. You're getting these, right? Are you getting these or are you getting these? Orange or green? Because now I'm confused. Meet me on the roof. Not bad. Kind of mad everything's fucking scuffed. Like, it's weird not seeing chat. It's not showing up on any other screen either. Green, there's supposed to be Kyle's, but I just said Kenny because he's next to him. Restart? Yeah, I'm gonna restart OBS real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold. I'll literally be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay. Let me know when you're back. When you see this, just say you see it. Tell me when you see it. I think we're good now. I think we're good because the sub count's back. That was weird. Yep. There it is. There's chat. Yay. We're good again. We're good. Wait, what the fuck is this one? Oh, this is Stream Elements. Turn this shit off. There we go. We're good. What is this? How many chat things do I have now? Are all the chats? Which one is this? I see multiple. Okay, it's this one. Okay, we're good. We're good. Turn this one off. We're good. Yep. Wait, it's all messed up again. It's too small. I have to recustomize it, but we're good. I see chat again. Woo. We are good. Let me look at the browser source. Size. Here. Thank God. It was just OBS being weird. It's restarting. It'll be good. What is it? Oh, that's stream elements. Let me just delete stream elements. It's going to throw me off. There we go. All right, we're good, chat. I believe. I trust that we're good now. Yeah. I have to make sure that I'm off stream at 2:30 because I got to pack. I got to leave. I have like a 6-hour drive today. So that'll be great. Hopefully I'm there in time to not... I'm going to miss some of the games, unfortunately. But... Wait. I'll miss the Lakers game. Lurking while I feed the kid. All right, have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. Oh, that is... Okay, that's better, actually. That's good. I'm easier setup then? No, I'm turning it off while I'm out. Turning it off while I'm out. Plus, everything's already scuffed. Everything's already scuffed, bro. It's already scuffed. Feel me? Everything's already scuffed. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I'm gonna tell you, I can close. I'll keep Chatterino up because this chat sometimes is fucked up. But we're good. I'm like 3 missions away from rank 5 and having a ban in RDO though. I wish I could play while I was gone. I need to get a gaming laptop. I'm so awkward, bro. What happened, Awesome? What happened? I need to get a gaming laptop. That's one of my next things. So when I'm gone, I can still play. Hell, brother. What happened, Awesome? What happened, bro? I'm easier shish. I'm not gonna lie, Lev. We're gonna talk about this now. It pisses me off that you say shish instead of shit. It's like when you say fingies. I hate that. I hate it. It's like you're a fucking VTuber, but you're not a VTuber. You know what I'm saying? I just said I appreciate you to someone. How's that awkward? That's not awkward. Saying I appreciate you to someone isn't awkward, bruh. That's nice. That's being nice. Yeah, like that's not awkward. I don't even know who this person is. What is wrong with me? That was nice. Yeah, the only way it's awkward is if a girl like was like, I love you, and then she's like, yeah, you're like, I appreciate you. You feel me? I don't know what felt awkward. I think you're overthinking it, to be honest with you. I think you're overthinking it. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't overthink it, bro. You're good. You're not awkward. I'm live streaming on TikTok for a little bit. I haven't done it in a minute. Oh, my phone almost fell. I'm going to ban the word fingies in my chat. And to be honest, no, like that, you may be awkward overall, but fingy, like, oh, she got me saying fingies. But saying I appreciate you is nice. You know what I'm saying? It's a nice thing. You know what I'm saying? What's up, TikTok? What up? How are y'all? Fingies is nice. I'm about to ban that word in my chat. Hold on. I'm about to do it live. You go to Nightbot. I'm about to ban that word in my chat, bro. You better get timed out. Like dead ass. What up, Legate? What's up? I'm not gonna lie, Legate. I was rewatching when we got the 50 gifted subs, and I was reading the chat, and you had me dying when you were like, "Donate more, pussy, more." That shit had me dying. That shit was so funny. I'm eating some delicious nom 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 food. There you go. There you go. Do it. Do it. There we go. Nuggies? I don't mind nuggies. I'll be in the club, bottle full of bub. Love that song. Hey, Jillian. I didn't see you here in a while. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Been a while, hasn't it? Why the fuck is this not working? Hold on. Eating beans in the club? That's weird. That's weird. About to unmod you, Lev. I'm about to unmod you like dead ass. To fight the pain? What pain? About to unmod you. Snell's about to be the only mod in here. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. I'm gonna waterboard your computer. That's fine. That's fine. At least my shit works. I become mod over here too? Bet. There you go. There you go. Beans in the club? Nothing weird about that. Make me moored? Mod? You haven't been here long enough to be mod. Not good. You haven't been here long enough. You know what I'm saying? You've been here for almost a week. Almost a week. I will waterboard Lev. Don't tell her. Oh, my fault. You like Pokemon? I do like Pokemon. No, not good. Out here thugging. No. Not good is cool. Can't have shit in Detroit. What's going on in Detroit? I do like Pokemon though. Beans are good though. Yeah, but not in the club. You know what I'm saying? I feel like beans in the club are weird. Nice, I fuck with Pokemon heavy. I'm 20 and still obsessed. Keep being obsessed, my boy. Well, fuck, I'm in your streams every day since I started watching. I better get it soon, BB boy. We'll see. Bro, people who... You know what we're going to do one day? Mod applications. We'll let chat decide who's a mod. Favorite Pokemon? Mine is Duat. Mine is Charizard. I've loved him since I was a child. You know what I'm saying? Don't give me mod. I don't need that responsibility in my life. You know what's funny? I'm a mod in one Twitch stream. Every other Twitch stream that I'm like involved in, I'm just a VI. Does this chat look big as fuck to you, or is that just me? This looks fucking huge. Oh, we having a mod convo? That's because I was asked about mod. Because Lev is abusing it. What's up, cuz? Yo, what's up? W stream yesterday. W stream. It was fire. So random. I'm a mod in like 20 streams. But Curse, you're a good mod though. You know what I'm saying? You're a good mod. It's big as fuck? Yeah, it is, isn't it? This feels too big. Yeah, we gotta change it. Hold on. It's too big. Like, Cursed is a good mod though, you know? I'm not the greatest of mods. I'm a little lazy when it comes to... Actually, I'm gonna keep it. It's fine. Yo, what's up, Chicken Nugget Man? I like your name. I'm only modding one stream, but he gave me that just because. What's up? Hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day. You talked about Snow being a mod and it was a great story. Yeah, it was. It was. I'm a good mod, but I only troll here. Yeah, you do. And the only time you had a mod action, you fucked up. You fucked it up because you didn't read it right. Lev out here like she gonna get rid of her best mod. That's what I'm saying. I can't forgive myself in Red Dead. Why? What'd you do? Am I a good mod? Yeah. Yeah. I don't regret giving you mod. If you was doing crazy stuff, I'd just snatch it. But you're good. Yeah, Cursed is like the best mod out. I'm not a mod anywhere. I'm only a mod in Killmonger stream. I'm about to ban that word fingies. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I would suck dick for mod on this stream. Man, Curse is the best mod out. Yeah. Look at what Curse did. And look, Curse did. Look how he organized this. Curse put the commands through. Curse is a good mod. You know what I'm saying? This is what he does to all other mods. That's because you haven't gone wild with power yet. True. Watch your lane go. You want to... Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. I am. I am. Why do people want to be mod? I'm not gonna lie. Some people like it. Me, what I like to do, I like to flex with the VIP badge. You trying to steal your thunder. Like, I'm trying to, like, there's one where I've been a sub for like 5 years. And I got that first badge and the VIP badge, and I just go flex every once in a while. You know? I go in there, I say hi, and it shows me, and everyone's like, oh shit. That girl messaged me back finally, and it was an Aaron Yeager gif. It was that I don't love you anymore scene. Damn. Yes, I would have fixed his Discord too. There's no better flex than Founders, in my opinion. I agree. Founders is the biggest flex there is. Yeah, tone it down. If they ban Kai, they don't give a fuck. What did Kai do? Do we know yet? Let me go to LSF. They know everything over there. Almost my horse died to my handsome one killed for a bounty hunter. One I wasn't paying attention and fell off a mountain, and I have my last one. Damn. That's tough, Chicken Nugget. Rip the horses, man. I don't even like power. I just feel more in the fam if I get mod, like a good trust bond and shit. Oh, I get that. I get it, to be honest. That VIP badge always got me feeling subpar. Who wants me as a mod? My talents here isn't respected. I said you were a good mod, Snow. You know?
Hey!
Yo! Banziki? Did I say it right? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. She didn't even want to give me a real message. She just clicked a GIF. That's crazy, bro. I'm not talking about Skratsx. I'm saying someone said they suck a dick for mod. You didn't have to do that. Draft me, please. I need home. What is it would you say you do here? That's a good question. I actually did. He didn't tell you everything. Sorry, we don't employ crickets. Damn. I control the sus levels. Cheese, quesadilla, eggs, and grits. Rate the meal. I feel like it's a little random, but it's solid. I'll give it like a 6. Still on TikTok? I am. Like, like the eggs and grits are fine, but the quesadilla throws it off. I know her phone number and home address. I gotta post that on 4chan and get them on her. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Do not do that. Stop. Thank you for sliding last night, good buddy. It is delicious though. Yeah, it's just weird. Guys, thank you for coming through my G anytime. I'll be there as much as I can. Are you streaming tonight? If you are, because I'm gonna be in the car. I need entertainment. You feel me? I'm gonna be in the car, so bro, it's so good. It's just a weird combination. Just completed Serious Sam 4 finally. What'd you rate it? I'm not a cricket. I'm more of a Moon Knight singer. Yo, what's up, Judas? What's up? How are you? It has been a while, hasn't it? How are you, Judas? Did I ever show you Sky Oblivion? Isn't that the Skyrim mod that gives you a better Oblivion? If so, I think so. No, not tonight. I'll be back on Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, you showed it to me a few weeks ago. I've been good. How are you? I am pretty good. Pretty good, I would say. What should I put in place of the quesadilla? Like bacon or something? I just feel like quesadilla, eggs, and grits are it's a weird mashup. You know what I'm saying? Got through another heartbreak, sadly, but I'm doing good right now. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm sorry about the heartbreak, though. I am sorry about that. 10 out of 10 Doom, but more guns, better enemies, and character cast. Crazy as fuck. Like, man. Breakfast foods, yeah. Like a quesadilla, eggs, and grits together just doesn't... You gotta get rid of either the quesadilla or the grits. One of those has to go. The war has begun. Civil war. Why? What happened? It's all good. I'm not worried about love right now anyways. I like that mentality. I usually do avocado in place of the grits if that helps. That does help. Cheesy as fuck though, but in a good way, like it's supposed to be cheesy. I kind of like it when they play that up. The grits. Yeah, I think the grits have to go in that situation. You know? I feel like you're having 5 combos at once. I always am. You know what I'm saying? I always am. Me versus cursing you? Why versus me, bro? Grits his ass? It depends on like how they're made to me. I got an opinion that will start a war. Okay, what's the opinion? What's the opinion? I just have grits left over, so that's why I went with those. I'm not gonna lie. If you have leftover grits, throw them shits out. Don't eat leftover grits, bro. Like, don't ever. You deserve better than leftover grits. Now I completely made up my mind. Throw them shits out. Yeah, sandpaper. Like, throw the grits out, bro. Especially if they're leftovers. Just don't engage in that. You deserve better than that. Grits, fried chicken, eggs, oatmeal. You can take the oatmeal out. Bro, why? Leftover grits are terrible. Cheese is good, but if there's too much cheese, it's just plain gross. I actually agree with that. Typo. Also, I suck. It sucks. Wasted food. Look, bro, I'm just telling you, you got to get rid of it. Do not eat that. I agree with you, though, Judas. Oh, we're going to have to do something about that command right now because I believe he's still banned on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? I think he's banned on Twitch right now. I can't show his message, but he is banned on Twitch. Waffles, sausages, eggs, and chorizo is bomb. Yo, I fucking love chorizo. Yeah, Sora. Yeah, he is. He got banned. He got banned. And I know why. He messaged it to me, but I don't know if I can show it because he's banned. It's because he was going in other people. You know how he'll come in here and you'll type exclamation Sora, right? He's banned for like a couple weeks. He was going in others' chats, and if I was in there, he would do that in there, and someone got fed up and reported him. So he got banned for sexual harassment. Free him, man. Free him. He ain't do nothing wrong, bro. He ain't do nothing wrong. Chorizo's so good. I agree. I want some. Yeah, so Twitch clipped him, man. Time to clean Star Wars, the Skywalker saga next. That'll be good. What about the classic ground beef, baked potato, and carrots? I don't like that combo. I'm gonna be real with you. Let's start a petition to free him. Amen. Amen. He did that in mine, and I thought it was funny. Yeah, sometimes, like, some people get... It's just like when we raided that girl. Like, some people just don't fuck with us like that. So he got banned for sexual harassment. He did. He sent me the screenshot, bro. He did. Yeah, he sent me the screenshot. Do I have weird food combos? The last two are a little weird. Other people are not as chill as Skratsx. That's true. He got that on his resume now. Yeah. What'd he do? So you know when he comes through here and he'll go, he'll do that. So he'll basically do that. Cool Funko Pops. Thank you. He'll basically do that in someone else's chat, and they're not chill about it. You feel me? That means someone in here is an imposter. Probably. It's that, or he stayed in a raid, and someone raided someone else, and he just ended up in someone random's channel. You know? You never know. People need to chill. I'm not gonna lie. I agree. So our burner activated. So he does have a burner, but I can't say what his account name is because I don't want him get that account getting banned. I know what his other account is. You'll know it if he types in here. Now I saw someone put ketchup on pizza. That can never be me. Yeah, that's disgusting. Someone's watching us? Who? I don't know. We don't know. Gotta be honest, I basically never stay in raids. That's fine. You know, I understand. Scratch your goater for that. Yeah, like I just... Loyalty, yeah, like I don't want to like get him banned, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a worse ban for both accounts. That long ass name he got, that's not the name of the account, but one of the names is in there. Which do you prefer, McDonald's chicken nuggets or fries? The fries are better. I know your name is Nugget Man, but the fries are better. Yeah, we don't know, Judas. We don't know. It's like one time we raided someone. Snow, remember this. I forgot who we raided, but Snow said one sus comment and got timed out for like 30 minutes. He got timed out for like 30 minutes. The person was just like, "You done, Jon Snow," and he was timed out for 30 minutes. You know, Those Death Note pops go hard. I love them. I do love them. I love Star Wars, Pokemon, Marvel. That's a good fandom. Hey! Yo, Chicken Nugget Man, thank you for the follow. They be on my ass when we raid? Yeah. Bro got no second chance. He did it. He's just like, yo, Jon Snow, you're done. Timed out. You know? So we have to be careful about who we raid too. We gotta I think we have to do some research on raid targets before we just raid out. You know what I'm saying? We may have to put a TikTok out asking for streamers, you know. Oh, so we on the clock app today too? Yes. Yes. My favorite superhero are Batman and Spider-Man. Good choices. Julian, yes. Yes, Russians in the building. Welcome in. Welcome in, Russians. Even they love me or they hate me, no middle ground. That's true. I'll go in and test the sus level before I enter. Yeah, do that and let me know. We got to start branching out and looking for raid targets. I started saying I'm God to this ass cosplay girl saying I'm God and give me your social security number and shit. She permabanned. Yeah, you deserve that one. I'm not gonna lie. You deserve that one. That's not what I'm talking about. That deserves a ban. When I get into Twitch, let's not raid anybody because I just know one time and I'm gonna get banned. You'll be good. What time are you streaming tomorrow? I will. So here's the issue. I'm gonna be in Houston tomorrow, right? I'm gonna be in Houston, so I don't have my setup. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to. But if I do, it'll be normal time. Nah, bro. What do you say? I didn't even see it. What do you say? I didn't see it. Oh, she deserves to look like that? Yeah. No. I'm gonna say it again. Women deserve to do what they want to do on the internet without being harassed. You feel me? Playing Red Dead right now. Good. Are you good Arthur or bad Arthur? Curse for president. Yes. Stream in Houston. Take the setup to Houston. Just place it in the passenger seat. I think I'll only have my phone. Good Arthur? Okay. So I made... About to take a fat ass shit? Yo, have a good one. Curse you lucky if you seen what I just tried. So... Doing a Seth cosplay? I love cosplaying. Do you post pictures of your cosplay? Stream on the phone? I think I'm gonna have to. Because I don't want a bad ending. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of thinking of dual streaming on Twitch and Kick at the same time, but I don't know if that's gonna work. I think Curse, John, and Lev should vote on the next round of mods. I agree. The next person that we mod, I think it's going to be the mods have to be okay with it. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, bro, Julian, help. What do you need help with? Yeah, we figured out, Chicken, that if you lasso someone and drag them on the campfire, there's no honor loss. So do with that what you may. But we're onto a new form now. We're check the cord. Okay. We're on to new forms of that kind of. You tried it. Yeah, what's up, a cute guppy? What's up? How are you? Yeah, I've been thinking about Kick 2, no cap. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I was talking to Matt yesterday about it. Look, you could have just told me to calm down, not Tommy, but okay. Yeah, just, It is bathtub time. What's up, boss? What up? War of Redford. You tried, Snow. I will post my cosplay on TikTok once I start putting it together. All right, tag me in the first one so I can see it. Tag me in the first one so I can see it. You know what Snow's out here trying to do, right? Let me see. Where is it at? Snow trying to be Draymond, bro.
Draymond right there.
That's Snow. Snow trying to Draymond.
Now that right there. Now
Snow's trying to Draymond. My powers do not work on the cursed one. Cursed is all powerful. He's all powerful. Judas, what'd you need help with? Hey, Snow, go post in Cord. Uh-oh. The war has begun. The war has begun. Oh, no. The war has begun. John tried to play an Infinity Stone with another Infinity Stone and canceled out. The war has begun. Thug shake, thug shake. Whoa, you can't just thug shake this early in the morning, bro. You know? Okay, so you're making your own original character. That's cool. What is your go-to meal? Do I have one? I don't know if I have a go-to meal. Bro, really, Mario jumped over it. He did. My go-to meal is probably something. I don't really have a go-to, but it's just something quick. You know what I'm saying? Easily cheese toasty. Probably something quick. Yo, Snow, you gotta concede, bro. You gotta concede, bro. You got to. Hurst is all powerful. He's all powerful, bro. He's Thanos. Like, he's all powerful, bro. He is. You know? That type of statement doesn't live in this chat. Exactly. Skratsx, check the cord. Ah. I see you pulled up with the burner. Day 3 of watching a W streamer? Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I don't know if I'll get introduced for saying it, but okay. What are you gonna say? I only come onto this app to watch you for real? Yo, I appreciate that for real. That means a lot, actually. That means a lot. My horse got scared of something and he went to a place where I made a grave for my old horse. Awkward. I'm really 3 other members of this chat as well. 3? Alright, but you still need to time me. I don't know what you guys talk about at all. I'm talking about, I have a lot of different combos as we're streaming. But go-to meal is probably something quick, right? So like if I have nuggets in the house, I'll grab nuggets. But it has to be quick. You know? But I don't really have a go-to, like a one where I want every single time. So about that burner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Snow, just concede, bro. Let's be diplomatic about this, my fellow mod. There you go. Be diplomatic. You know? Also, Snow, I'm just giving you an early prediction. Suns lose tonight, bro. Somebody false flag. The Suns lose. Hey, just to let you know, okay? They lose. Scott Foster's reffing tonight. So the Suns lose tonight. They're going down 0-2. Just to let you know. Haven't had nuggies in a while, to be honest. There's secret items in Red Dead. Really? Suns not going down 2-0? Scott Foster's reffing, bro. Do you see this? You see this? Chris Paul's team's 2-17 straight up with Scott Foster. And he's on a 13-game losing streak. A 13-game losing streak right now with Scott Foster, bro. It's over. 2-0. 2-zip. 2-zip. And Kawhi was cooking them. First, I'm also Skratsx, so tread lightly, my friend. That's an interesting route. You know, I think you just need to concede. And this week's lesson is just something else. Judas, I didn't see what you said after in trouble because there's no message there. So if you like typed all that out, I didn't see anything, unfortunately. So you may have to like break it up. You know? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's up. Yeah, it's probably bad. Just DM me if you don't want to put it like on live. You know, I think you just got to concede, bro. Oh, also, reviews are out. Okay. I see what you're saying. I won't read it out loud, but I see what you're saying. Reviews are out for Dead Island 2. They're decent. Not great, but decent. In trouble watch. Okay, so. Bye-bye burner. Oh, no. Conceded? While he was on the offense, I struck a deal with Lev. Even he shares you equally, or no one can have you. Uh-oh. Okay. Learned how to put... I know what you're saying, Judas. I remember those times. I know what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Damn. Yeah. Hurst has more powers than Lev does. Fucking stream custody. Who knew we were having like a custody battle? I'm still waiting for Penguin Zero review of Hogwarts. You think he finished it? But it's on. Whoa. Okay. Did he? I don't think he did. I don't know if he finished it. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you, I haven't finished it. On the real though, Snow, just ask for an unban. Yeah, just concede, bro. Just concede. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Judas. I know what you're saying. Also, Badlands Chugs is a menace. You see this? OJ after brushing my teeth twice. He's a menace, bro. Kind of mid though. I'm gonna be honest. Here's the thing. Hogwarts was fun, right? It was. It was fun, but I got distracted with other games, and I feel like a lot of other people got distracted with other games. You know, like I got to the first trial, and then got distracted. So I still have to finish it. So I don't know if I'm gonna go to it this week. To be honest, I mean that's fair. You don't have to. You don't have to, especially if you're uncomfortable, you know? We're pretty sure that rots your teeth out. Drinking, like, no sharing his wifey, Skratsx can choose his friends. Very true. Very true. Very true. Yeah, but it's my grade, you know? I think you can have a conversation with your teacher about it. And, you know, just let him know. Or her know. I don't know what your teacher is. Maybe your teacher may do it differently. So just, you know, see what happens. Badlands out here rotting his teeth for our enjoyment. Later this week, I think we have to watch the video of him chugging cream corn. What you think? There's a video of him chugging cream corn, and I kind of feel like we got to watch it. I hope he chooses his roofs wisely going forward. What? Yeah. There's a video of Badlands chugging cream corn, bro. And I feel like we have to watch it this week. Yeah, cream corn. Last week we watched him chug baked beans. And it was horrifying. I think cream corn is next. Let's watch it right now, bro. No. Not right now. We got to save that one, you know? We got to save that one. Yeah, he chugged baked beans with hot sauce. You know? So we can't watch it's too soon after the beans. He could have done it without the hot sauce, and I think it would have been a lot easier for him. But he just decided to, I don't know why he did that. It was crazy. Badlands chugs cream corn. And he filled the whole boot. Maybe I acted a little rash this morning. How are you feeling, my friend? There you go. What's up, daddies and mommies? What's up, Strange? How are you? We're going to have a Badlands overdose? Oh, we are. Like, I added it to my watch later, right? We're not watching it right now, but we will watch him chug cream corn. We will. And we may watch him chug salsa. You know what I'm saying? So we may watch him chug salsa. So how y'all doing? I'm good. I am good today. Very good mood, you know. Very good mood. Lakers play today, even though I'm gonna miss it because I'm gonna be in the car, but I'm chilling. I just got home from an interview. It went horrible. The pay was ass. Oh, if the pay was ass, it's good. You know, it's good. It didn't go well. You deserve higher pay. Why is it sad when they're not fully dead and you have to put them down? That's never happened to me. So I legitimately have not seen that. About to do some dabs while I ban the other court account. Water. You're my favorite. You're favoring Twitch again? No, I didn't see what you said after cream corn, Judas. I didn't see what you said. All you put was is. That's why. I didn't see it. To be fair. Yeah. Yeah, like just wave the white flag, bro. Wave the white flag. You just gotta wave it, bro. Wave it. For 11.75 to work at an airport. Yeah, airports also are not great to work at, I've heard. Depending on where you work in there. You know? Depending on where you work, but like where. We got ourselves a moon cricket. Howdy, partner. What's up, Billy? How are you? How's it going? How goes it? Hmm? Yeah, Judas, like if you're typing messages, I just don't see them. I'll be honest with you. I'm just wave the flags, though. He got you, man. I'm chilling, vibing. There we go. There we go. There we go. Really? Yeah, I legitimately, it's not showing any messages. Should I rejoin? Yeah, rejoin. Because I'm not seeing any of them. Jeez, stinky cheese. Yo. Yeah, I have not. So in Red Dead, I have not had a horse die. So, like, I was told early to not let them die, and I've been very careful. Been very careful about it. You know, I've been very careful. Okay, what about now? Now I see it. I see it now. Well, it's sad to see it. Oh, I'd imagine so. Every time I see Illy's name, I feel like she goes, "Motherfucker, I'm ill." I can see that. Whew. Yeah, I can see your messages now. You're good, Judas. Before I wasn't seeing anything. I wasn't seeing anything. I can see that. If I had sound entrances, I would. Oh, I got that burger sound in that Legate asked for. Where is it? Where it at? We have too many sounds. I'm not gonna lie. We may have to like. Oh, here it is.
Give me some of that burger.
I got it. I did not care about any of my horses at all when I played. Ooh, damn. Just think of Illy with a smithy. Okay. 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 Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm in a good mood. Although I have to drive to Houston, which I'm not. I'm not excited for. But you know, so I do got a Smith and Western. There you go. There, you're playing Minecraft today, Strange? Damn. What about the burger sound? You need that? I just did it. Did you hear it? I just played it. I can't play it again for like another minute, but I just played it. I have that one and I have this one.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
That's fire, but Skratsx gonna be driving. Yeah, I can't play. I can't play today. Damn. Damn. No? You didn't hear it? Oh, I'll play it again. I'll play it again. Once it's different. What's the other sound you were looking for? I just Googled my closest bridge. No, just wait. Julian, yes? What's up, Judas? Yes? Just wave the flag. Just wave the flag. Do I have permission to ditch third period? Yes. You do. You do. You needed like a slip? I got you. It's like baby who says it, but the baby is like 20 years old. Oh, I don't know what. I've never heard that one. This one was from the video we watched. Look up Borgir. Woo, yeah, you can. You can. Oh, yeah, I hear it. Thank you. No problem. No problem. There's gonna be flags waving, all right. I'm telling you, just wave the white flag and you'll be in, you'll be good. Cursed is all powerful. He's all powerful. You know what I'm saying? Totally not failing. What? If you're failing, you may have to go. I'm not gonna lie to you. You gotta go if you are. A classic? I've actually never heard it until today. That's why Skratsx. Oh, I'm going to Houston. I have to work. I have to work. Brad, no reaction. I've never heard it. I don't have like but like, come on. No, Judas. If you're failing, you have to go. You have to. You gotta get your work. That kid, by the way, in the video is like 20. Is that like What's that kid's? It's not a kid. He's 20. Haas. I saw a video about him earlier. You doing a photo shoot? I am. On my way to Houston. Yeah, so I'm driving down tonight because I have one tomorrow. And then I'll be back here, like at this setup, on Thursday. Google how to use a bridge. They said head first if I don't want to do it twice. Hashbula? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Someone from Twitch backed me up. I don't think they're backing you up. Like, if you're failing, you got to go to class. How much did you charge? Let's just say it's over $1,000. You know what I'm saying? They have the same disease. They do? Thursday. Yeah. It's a long drive. It's like 6 hours. But like, yeah, I live a ways away from Houston. But worth it. You know what I'm saying? For only like 2 hours of working. He went on that wild show on Barstool Sports, did he? For me, it's also 6 hours. Is that like our midway point? Someone from there has to ditch a class while failing. I don't think they do, though. Like, if you're failing, you have to go. Sunday conversations? Oh, I've heard of that, actually. Gotta love that show. I don't really watch Barstool a lot, but I know what that show is. No, it's like 5. So that's still like midpoint, though. It's like midpoint. Ask, did anyone skip class while failing? Is that what you want me to ask? You're 6 inches? Damn. They said no, Judas. No. Return, I won't forget. No, he's only 2. You should come to my house in Nigeria. I'm the twig hut in the left. Nigeria is a way further trip. Well, hello there. I heard you were twerking here. No. I want Twitch to back me up. They all said no. Yeah. You got to go. It's art. Is it? I don't really watch Barstool that much, to be fair. I see them on TikTok, but I don't really watch them a lot. You know? Lucky that's more than me. Yeah, so I should be able to still go live from my phone at like 10 for about an hour from my phone. You know? But it'll just be like this for an hour, which is what we just did anyway. You know? He will twerk for a price. Potentially, yeah. How's the weather this time of year? No, just wave the flag and you'll be good, bro. Just wave the flag. Let me see if I can find one. You get a call from my teacher, don't worry about it. All right. What is she gonna say though? Let me add a flag emote for you. Let me find one. We need a white flag. What is she gonna say? I need a white flag. What is the price? I mean, we did it earlier. You know? Don't worry about it. Just don't pick it up. Okay. Okay. What if she leaves me a voicemail? Here you go, Snow. Here you go. Just use this. Just copy and oh, it doesn't work. Why is it not working? It should look like this though. People white flag. A legit twerk too. We need strobe lights. Strobe lights? What is this? Hollywood EDM music? People twerk to EDM music? Just delete the voicemail. Okay. Let me think. You have to wear fish. Okay, this is a little more extravagant. It's a little more extravagant. I'll even add this one in. Let's see if private email. Oh, whoops. I got you, Judas. I'll delete the voicemail. No strobe lights, I'll get seizures. Yeah, we don't want that. They do in my dreams. I don't think people really twerk to EDM. That's not what I hear if I see a video about that. Let's see if it works now. Nope. Doesn't. Oh, it does on my screen. There it is. Yeah, just wave the flag. You do? Oh. Oh. I guess, Strange does. Help you guys remember the end of existence. Why are you saying that like you're about to nuke the chat? I feel like you're trying to nuke it. But you gotta go, Judas. You gotta go to class. Summer's almost here. Same. You twerk to EDM too? That's just not what I'm not even I was gonna YouTube twerk video, but I'm not doing that. Judas, you have to. You gotta bring that grade up. You know? You gotta bring it up. No, I here trying to Romeo and Juliet himself with himself. People white. Oh, he did it. He waved the white flag. He waved it. There we go. I might go to summer school. Yeah, and you don't want to do that. That's why you got to go to class now, Judas. You know what I'm saying? Summer school's ass. You know? There you go. He waved the flag. Are we good? Is the war over? He waved the flag. No, that's not him waving a white flag. That's him being defiant still. Damn. No, just wave the flag, bro. Just wave it. You can't even watch EDM twerk music, bro? Lame. No, I can't. I just don't. I'll incognito. I don't think they do it to. I'm just going to pull one up, and I'm going to see what music they do it to. Yeah, you know, Snow. Okay. I'm not showing this just in case, TOS. Go incognito. Yeah, you know how it is. I got to go now. Bye. See you. Awesome. Let's see. Yeah, it's not EDM. I will wave the flag in hell. Okay. Like, Snow. Okay, let's see first. No, I cannot show. I'm not risking it. Can I see? I don't know if I can show it on TikTok either. Actually, I probably could. Lev said she'll send me company. Would she? Would she? I don't know, bro. Just wave the flag. Just wave the flag, bro. You'll be good. Okay, let's see. I'm pulling up a different one. Lev can catch these hands in court too. I'm saying, like, Cursed is all powerful. See? It's all. See? It's not EDM, bro. It's not EDM. They don't do it to EDM. She broke all her shit, so she can't say much. That is true. And it's still not fixed. It's still not fixed. Well, yeah, incog. I told you it's on incog. I'll be plotting my revenge in the afterlife. Snow, all you have to do is this. What did she even do? I have no idea. Beautiful, wasn't it? I have no idea. That was a TikTok exclusive. All right, I'm leaving. Have a good day. Awesome. I appreciate you, man. Like, I don't even know what she did. All of a sudden, she's just like, my outlets don't work. The white flag didn't work. That's because you just put I concede white flag. Here, I'll type the message out. We appreciate you, awesome, for real. There you go. Copy that message. That's all you need. Did you guys even check her breakers? We did. It was amazing. I agree. I don't know what happened. I think we may have to rewire her room. Still not working? You have to copy the message. Unless you're not even putting, like, you got to copy and paste it so we can see it right here. And then we'll clip it. Stream I can be in. Nice. Welcome in, Sora. It was amazing. I agree. It was amazing, right? That was a TikTok exclusive. Yeah, you're just posting. You're posting Blissy Blicky sound. I can't play the sound because it's in my headphones. Did it work? You're putting Blissy Blicky instead of the white flag, bro. Like, you gotta. Here, if you don't want to get like animated one, let me find another one. 50 Cent? Everybody knows 50 Cent. Everybody does. Oh, I can't put this one in. It's a private emote. I forgot. We getting those TikTok exclusives? Exactly. So just wave the flag and you'll be good. Who's 50 Cent? Don't you know 50 Cent? Thought my dad finally showed up. Okay. I don't really feel like watching these videos today. I'm not going to lie.
Skratsx. Tarks_ just resubscribed for 3 months. Jamji.
Yo, Jaden, thanks for the resub, my boy. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the resub. 3 months, big 3 months. Why are you sending me a Dexerto? Kai was banned on Twitch due to repeated illicit simulated sexual activity in GTA. He got banned because of GTA, bro? He got banned because of GTA? No, bro. Is this true? Is this true? There's no way. Did he actually? For GTA, bro? Twitch banned him for ERP? Damn. Twitch banned him for ERP, bro. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Damn. GTA, bro. That's crazy. Twitch can't ban the big titty bandits. Watch. That's a sad way to go out. I agree. These events took place over the weekend. Let me see. Let's read the article. Kick out here trying to slide in his DMs. They're like, we love all that stuff over here. ERP, regular, we love it all. You know? Like that's... Okay, let's see what he did. On April 17th, 2023, Kai Cenat was hit with a shocking ban from Twitch that left fans... All right, back to recording. Yeah, bad. I low-key hope this is motivating enough for him to get off Twitch. I don't think so. A variety of theories began making their way around social media, including rumors that he was getting prepared to move to Kick. Sources have told Dexerto why the ban was given, making it clear that it's just a temporary suspension. Regarding his recent ban, sources close to Dexerto have revealed it was due to repeated, illicit, stimulated sexual activity in GTA. I thought they were going to put a clip or something. It's a temporary ban, but it was not made clear how long the Twitch star will remain suspended. Those who have watched Kai Cenat over stream over the last few months are well aware of the wide variety. Okay, we don't care about that. Okay. Damn. That's crazy. Twitch is trying to be the sibling that tries too hard. I agree. It's weird. I mean, Kick shoes were better? Yeah, they were way better. They were way better, huh? Those green Air Force ones, way better than what Twitch was offering. I don't know why they went with the high tops, you know? The high tops was a mistake. L Twitch, I'm saying. L. He agreed we're better. W TikTok. I do love TikTok. I've been away from live too long. I need to do I think I need to do separate lives on TikTok from Twitch. And I may do dual stream on Twitch and Kick. But I'm not sure yet. Because I have to set up a restream. I wonder how people would react if they just said, oh yeah, we banned him because he's black. Because people say that a lot. That'd be crazy. Welcome home, man. Thank you. You get your stream key yet for TikTok? No. No, I didn't. I heard that you don't get your TikTok stream key to like 25K though. So I'll have to keep doing phone streams here. But I have to set up, I think I have to set up Restream for Kick, right? I believe so. Like Restream. I believe. Yo, is my chat frozen again? It is. Yeah, Restream. Yeah, because I talked to Matt a little bit when Matt was streaming about it, and I'm a little intrigued. It's not even the 95.5, because honestly, I don't really care about that. 25K? Yeah, 25K on here. So if we want computer streams, tell all your friends to follow me on here. You know what I'm saying? Get everybody. I was gonna set it up, then my room sold. It's like it was a sign. But I don't know. I have to figure out. I don't know. There's a lot that I need to set up for Kick streams to work. You know? I will. Yo, Judas, I appreciate you. You can skip third period. You can skip. You know? You can skip. Yo, is it going to rain tomorrow in Houston? Pretty easy. I use Restream and stream on Kick too. Really? Okay, Petty. I may DM you when I come back. So Kick won't last much longer. But I think like I may try to take advantage while it's here, maybe. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I can't even get my chat on stream. On Kick, it's mad complicated. That's what I'm worried about, right? I want all of this to work over there. If I could get the back. The thing, too, is I'm not even worried about the 95.5, right? Like, as weird as that sounds, like that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about getting those people over to like Discord. Do you know what I'm saying? So if something happens to Kick, right, they all can just you have to use the pop-out chat. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Stealing my plan, I see. No, I actually talked to Matt about it before I talked to you. You should make a Discord server. I do have a Discord server. I have one. I think it's in my link. It doesn't always work on OBS, so I just pop it out and put it next to my restream chat. I may have to do that. Yeah, but my chat on stream isn't hard. Oh shit, really? Yeah, I do. I think, let me look if it's in my bio real quick. I think it is. Yeah, I have one. You can be one of us, Judas. He talked with me about it, did he? What do you mean, those? Wait, what did I say? What did I say about those? I forgot. I've been talking a lot. I mean, admin when I join? Potentially. Oh, I don't have it in here. Hold on. I need to add a, hold on. One of us. Let me get my Discord invite. Those people. Did I say those people? Yes, we had a whole conversation on, I mean, how would I know? I don't listen to your convos. Let me put I thought for sure that I did. Did I just have it on Instagram? I think I did. Hold on. I've been trying to get you on Kick for forever. Yeah, but I told you when I made the move to get, yeah, but see, the thing is, like, you went full, here's the thing. Like, I wouldn't be a full Kick person. You see what I'm saying? You went full Kick. Like, at the end of your TikTok videos, it doesn't say Twitch anymore. It says Kick. That will never be me. Did I go full? Yeah, it's in your TikTok videos now. My Discord thing is Onyx, by the way, not Judas. I forgot how to change it. Yo, let me find you. Do you have your numbers thing? I'll just add you, and then I'll add you to the server. Can you still multi-tab viewer? Yeah, I did it with Matt yesterday. Yeah, plus you won't join BTB, Lev, so, you know, friends, add friend. Let me get them. I got Discord on my phone. Okay. I do it based on where I'm streaming. I'm pretty, okay, I'm going to go, you know what? We're going to do a TikTok investigation right now, bruh. At Leventis the Soy. That's gross as fuck. That's so fake. For real, Kick. Yeah, I did it with Matt yesterday. I opened like 18 tabs up. I opened like 18. Where is he? Where's who? Let's see. Oh, you were on your computer for that one, so that doesn't count. Let me see this one. I'll change it if you can copy it. It's in a weird font. If you just tell me if you just type it in here, I believe I can do it.
Petty__ just resubscribed for 3 months. Video
Petty,
twerk.
Thank you for the resub.
Video twerk.
I appreciate you. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Yo. I did that to Lev a week or so ago. My Chrome was dragging ass. So was mine. So I had to close them all. I felt bad. Curse Snow says he waves the white flag. He said it. It's right there. He did it. All right. The war is over. Petty's the go for real. One more sub and Skratsx has to throw back. No. Whoa. Where'd that come from? Whoa. I got to make that emote from last time, by the way. That reminds me. Whoa. You said? When did I say that? When did I say that? And awesome. When did I say that? You said it earlier in chat. I need a clip. 50 gifted. You know what it is. We got it. We did it once. Someone dropped 73. They did. It was crazy. And the funniest thing about the 73 because I didn't want to say it while it was happening in the moment. No, it's not every 50. It's 50 gifted. So when they did it right, everyone was like, "Oh, www, pog, right?" And then you see Legate, donate more, pussy, donate, drop more, only 50, broke ass, drop more. They trying to play. They are, bro. Per 50, he will get up. Nah, see, Jaden's out here lying for real. Jaden's out here lying. Legate had me dying, bro. It was so funny. It was so funny. But I was trying not to acknowledge it in that moment. I get up every time he streams. Wait. Oh. Exclamation mark suck. So for real, 50 gifted. There's a clip. I'll whisper it to you. What's up, Glitch? What's up? What's up? Yo, Judas, if you put the link in, I didn't see it. Did you throw it back? How much the helicopter? Asking for a friend. That's definitely on Kick. That's definitely a Kick thing. 2 million for all in right now. I haven't given a chat stimmy. Let me think about it. Not good. Let me think about it. BRB checking my bank account. Let me find that Twitch clip. I think Petty clipped it. Let me find it. Helicopter's wild. Yeah, it is. That's 100% a that's a Kick thing, right? They allow that over there. They do. Is it sending? No, I didn't see it. If you just type the name and then the numbers. So type the name, send it, then type the numbers. Watch the clip on stream. Ooh, I was gonna whisper it. I don't know if we watch it on stream. One time I helicoptered, I flew to Japan. Damn. You can do it on Twitch. Pork sword and gym shorts. Okay. It's up. Hold on. NYX. Got it. And then the numbers. Gamble all. There you go. Look at you. Slowly climbing up the ladder. Slowly but surely. You know? Slowly but surely. Not good you're doing. Damn, Petty doesn't have any points. Wait, give me a stimmy. All right, chat stimmy. 2. Hold on. How much are we doing for a stimmy? Why did it say people white flag? You got it? I'm doing it right now. 2. It didn't work. Oh, hold on. Didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Give me 40 million? Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm giving you 40 million. I need more points than Broward. Broward, I don't even know how many points Broward has. Broward's is a sim. No, like a stem. Like stimmy. STIM. Why I bought you lunch? Did you get the hashtag? I did. Let me just add it to my TikTok, and once I do, I'll let you know that it's up. You can just click the invite link. It's easier. I got you. Hold on. He's got like 4 billion. Jesus Christ. Oh, like the rat from Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, but I haven't seen that show. Let me change the user. Hold on, let me see. Like, I wasn't allowed to watch Ren and Stimpy as a kid. Is that weird? Like, my mom was not. She did not let me do that. I think it's on my Twitter. On my Twitter? She was not allowing me to watch it, unfortunately. How much for what are we doing for the chat stimmy? Like, what are we thinking? I could have swore that I had a link tree up. It's not working. Give me 4 mil. 4 mil. I forgot my password. I have to change it on my laptop. Yo, Judas, do you have DMs open? If you have DMs open, I can just DM you the link. I'll just join on your bio. If you have DMs open, Or just DM it to me. I can add you from my phone. See, way more reasonable. What about I give y'all like 100K? There you go. 100K, enjoy. All right, let me see. Yeah, just DM it to me. And I think I can add you there. There we go. Let's go. No, give me only 4 mil. P2 for Barney. What? Gay version? I don't know if I'm ready for that, bro. I think space it out. Save that in a notepad. Damn. Save that in a notepad. Not good. And maybe next week, BRB. Okay. Just normal for now. Yeah, like save those in a notepad for now. You know what I'm saying? Save it. There you go, Lev. You have enough. You have enough. Rigged for Lev. She'll lose it all. It was like Broward was winning everything. Lev be hacking? True. It's true, guys. She really does. It's not right, to be honest. Damn, Apocalypse has a ton. My mind has so many ideas. Maybe Barney has a heart attack midway. That'd be crazy.
Ass and she jumped.
That'd be crazy.
I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
That would be absolutely crazy. I was top 2. Yeah, you're nowhere near the top now, buddy. I don't think I can get them on. Okay. I'll figure this out. What I will do is I'll put the invite link. Oh, that's the wrong. I'm on my Twitch. I'll put the invite link in my bio real quick. And then tell me once you got it, and then I'll take it out. All right. Skratsx gave Broward 2 billion. I think I gave like everybody that much, and then people just lost it. I'm 4th. I gave out a lot the 50 sub day, the 73 sub day. Wait, wrong 2. What? 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 Thank you so much. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me grab it. Oh, yeah, and he won. That's right. That's right. I forgot because I thought he was going to lose. Damn. I did think he was going to lose. Let me scroll up. That's right. Hold on. Copy link. That's Lev's. We got 100K? Fake. What do you mean fake? It was a good day. Okay. It's in there. It's in there, Judas. It's in there. Just let me know once you got it, and then I'll take it out once you're in. I need inflationary correction, sir. I'm not an economist. Fine. I'll give y'all 10 mil, bro. Are we good? 10 mil? There you go. Up. He changed. I got y'all. Look at all these fucking junkies. Like, I made a bunch of gambling addicts. I didn't know this was going to happen. There you go. Enjoy your 10 mil. Let's go. Like, I didn't realize that this was going to make a bunch of junkies. W? Yeah, W's. W's. Damn. Like, Curse is rich as hell. Curse is rich as fucking rich. How did Left win again, bro? Look at you. You're all just junkies, bro. How Left win twice? I don't know. Look, here. Let's see. My turn. Oh, shit. Went bankrupt fast as shit. Give me more. Look at you guys. You guys are just addicts. Please give me more. I've given 2 stimmies. You guys are just addicts. You know? Get these Yo, Lev, give some points out. Distribute your wealth. How do I spell arousal? I think you just spelled it right. I think you spelled it right. Oh, it's with an A instead of an E. A instead of E. You know? The streamer and the sibling win. Everyone else loses. Something fishy going on. Someone try it again. Someone try it again. This is a capitalist society. No handouts. Get jobs, bums. You just said get. Let me search it up on Discord. What's the name of it? Skratsx pack. The Skratsx pack. Lev just said get a job when I just gave her a stimmy. That's crazy. Oh, look, Apocalypse won. Apocalypse won, you know? All right, Ben Shapiro, damn, I'm saying. She's like, I pulled, get up by your bootstraps. Takes handouts, wins, shames others wanting handouts. America. That's billionaire mentality she's got right there. What do you mean? I got no stimmy, just a quick bailout. Damn, this really is like America, huh? This really is like America. So where's my taxes, Lev? Give me points. I need my taxes. Lev is Chevy. She is, bro. Like, wow. 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 Ask for a handout. The stream tax. Yeah, she needs to give me some taxes. Pay up. Pay them points. You mean I keep winning? Not favoritism, just hard work. Well, it's not favoritism. Here's what we'll do. Yo, Lev, try an RR. Try an exclamation mark RR real quick. Try that. Lev uses write-off. She pays no taxes. Oh, no. You know, Lev, if you donate, you can use it as a tax write-off. That's true. So give me the dono. Spread the wealth. Spread the wealth, you know? Spread it. Spread that wealth, Lev. Share. 100 points? What the fuck? 100? Yo, Lev, we're gonna have beef, bro. We're gonna have beef. How dare you? There are my taxes, totally fair. How fucking dare you, dog? How dare you? 100 points? I just gave you 10 mil. Can I get 100? Yo. Judas, did it work? I don't believe so. You're not in the joins yet. Julian, yes? Yes? She on the Donald Trump tax plan. I'm saying, what's the word? Good morning, chat. Yo, what's up, Alu? Big game today. Big game today. No, it didn't. Okay, hold on. It hasn't. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'll just give you my friend thing. Let me see. Let me find it. Good morning. Big game today. View profile. Hold on. Big game. Lakers play today. Lakers play today, my boy. Game 2. Game 2. Okay, so the invite link didn't work. Let me take that out. Sorry, so wait, do we not play today? Or is that tomorrow? Oh, it's Wednesday. Wednesday. Thank God. Okay, never mind. Because I'm not going to be here. Fuck, I won't be here tomorrow either. Damn. I did donate to the soy fund. We help soys go to college. Fuck the soys. General. Okay. Yeah, I'm not reading that one. I'm not gonna lie. That one's wild. Oh my God, shut up, you literal doctor. And what the soys do? We're having beef right now. Fuck the soys. You know, the soys ain't here. You're not welcome here. Get out. I'm joking. Kind of. W story. Yeah, I don't know if I can I don't know if I can if I'll read that one. That one's crazy. That one, you said normal. That one was not normal. You know? There we go. Distribute the wealth. Bro, I accidentally scrolled and saw someone tweaking. I'm traumatized. Yeah, TikTok live. There you go, broke bitches. Damn. Damn. Look at you, Lev. At least you shared the wealth. At least you shared the wealth. You know? I'll have to try it again. Let me see. Let me try one more time. What's your Discord handle? I'll friend you. It's just Skratsx. It's Skrats. Money makes people change, apparently. Rich as fuck, easy. Damn, look at you, not good. Look at you. I don't have anything to write it down. But no, I can't even, hold on. Let me find something. I got you. Yeah, money does make people change, Lev. But you didn't change. You're just kind of acting the same, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, Judas. I got you. This is it. It's backwards, but it's backwards. So remember, take a screenshot or something. It's backwards to the camera. That's an S, by the way. That's an S. So I saw the devil, and now I get a gambling edition. Yeah, you guys are hold it, got you. You guys are you're gamblers, huh? I feel like I've created a new wave of gamblers. You know? Tell me when you got it. I've created a new wave of gamblers, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I am in Red Dead. Technical. Like, look at you. 13 with gambling edition. What the fuck my future gonna be like? You got it? Okay. Cool. Time for kick with my new gambling addiction. That's what we're gonna do. But instead of channel points, it's gonna be, can you spot me? Oh, now you want a handout. See, now you know it's not rigged. She lost. Wait, Lev, you don't need you have money. What's the numbers? Let me see if I can find it. I'm in streamer mode. Hold on. Let me turn streamer mode off. 1110. We back? Damn. That was a quick rise. Yes, Judas, that's it. All right. It's time. Yesterday, was a tough day for Arthur. It was a tough day. I'm tempted to go all in. Do it. Listen to your instincts. Go all in. Every single one of you. Drop them points. Holy shit, are you starting within 2 hours of stream? W. Huh. Let me add you. Okay. Do what your heart tells. Damn. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Not good. Look at you, Patty. See, you won. I can't anymore. Is it all uppercase? It's all lowercase. All lowercase. Goodbye. Fuck you all. Hey, man. That's tough, man. Maybe someone will level out me to win. I need an emote like that. What cam do you have, bro? I have a Logitech C920, I believe. Let me look. I'll double check for you. I will double check. Let me go on Amazon real quick. Need one like that too. I need one. I have a Logitech C922. Now we need an eagle emote. We have the eagle emote right there. Sent it? Okay. I see it. Ending. There we go. I got it, Judas. And then I will give you the that. Thanks. Yeah. No problem. I've been waiting like 2 weeks for my new animated emote. Which one are you getting? We got it. Besties now. You damn right. And I'll send you the invite link. We need a mayonnaise emote? For what? What do we need a mayonnaise emote for? When have we talked about mayonnaise except for like yesterday? You know? Thank you. No problem. When did we talk about mayonnaise? Did you see the clip where Phyllis walked in and scared me? I believe I did. I think I commented on it on TikTok, right? Where I said she was just adding to it. You were playing a horror game. Need a miracle whip emote. I'm making a mustard emote. Gotta go. I'll join back during third. All right. See you, Judas. I sent you the link too. If I'm not on, I'll talk to you in Discord. Yeah, that part. Yeah, are you getting that animated? That part was funny. I'm not gonna lie. That part was funny. You gotta spin back on Phyllis during her stream when she's playing a scary game. Yeah, I made it already. Oh, they're just approving it. Twitch takes forever. I need to remind myself to email them. I'll do that when I'm in the car. Made it like 2 seconds. Skratsx, give me 8 hours, and I'll be your driving king. Please. Please, Strange. You mean my passenger princess? Oh my God, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm telling you, Strange, I hate it. I hate driving. All right. Bye, TikTok. It's been fun. I love you. Bye. You've been great. My phone battery needs to be charged because I'm leaving. Or they take so long? They really do. I got to taste the passenger princess life. Did you? When? When? Like a lot? How? How do you, like, what about it? What about it? Like, what about driving do you love? I need to know. I need to understand. I drive every road trip. You know what really ruined it for me? Like, I didn't like driving before, right? But when I moved from New York to Texas, I drove in one shot. Like, I didn't stop for the night. I just drove from New York to Texas straight. I get sick if I'm a passenger. Ooh. Yeah, that's a good reason. During your stream, we went to get food. Then we drove to rich neighborhoods looking at homes. Damn, that's cool. I like blasting music. I do like the music part. But even then, like, I'm just like, petty. That had to be nice. You know? That'd be nice. I love doing that. It is cool looking at, like, the nice houses. All right. It is cool looking at, like, the nice houses and stuff. You know? Where are we? And my wife do that all the time. That's like a cool outing, I think. Blackjack's here now. The only thing I hate is people riding me when I'm going the speed limit. I'm not gonna lie, Lando. I realized a while ago that I'm that person. You know? There are times where I'll be like, I won't honk or anything. But I'll be like, holy fuck, can we go, please? And then I realize that I'm the problem. Because I'm going too fast. You know? But I like the music, the road. I like the music, the road, the 90 mile per hours. I like it. I don't know. I just don't like it. Yeah, I'm the problem. I didn't mind driving either, but after years of 24-hour drive straight through, I was over it. I get that. Skratsx on for real. You make me happy every day, bro. I wake up in the morning for your streams when I'm at school. All I think about is I can't wait to get home for the stream. Thank you, bro. Yo, not good. I legitimately appreciate that, man. I am glad that you look forward for the streams. And I'm glad to be here. It's fun. Like, this is actually my favorite part of the day, to be honest with you. It really is. But yeah, it was really cool. We were looking at $2 million homes. Sucks because a lot of the gated communities. I live by gated communities. You know? The code's always 111 for the dashers. I was passenger princess. Phyllis was too scared. W Phyllis for letting you be the passenger princess, you know? One game is over. Yo, Bean Man. Bean Man Redemption. One day that emote's gonna come through. Thank you. Thank you. Exclamation mark Bean. One day we're gonna have the emote. One day everyone will spam glorious bean emotes when Bean Man has his redemption. Soon. I will talk to Twitch today. I still don't get you motherfuckers and being a passenger princess. Okay, so not good. Do you like driving? Like, do you like it? Do you, like, legitimately like it? It's true. Like, if you like driving, I get not wanting to be it, right? But I hate it. Yeah, like, once you start driving, because, like, when you're younger, you look at driving as freedom, right? Driving for you is something that grants you freedom. You can go where you want. I'm 13. I didn't know you were 13. But now I know, right? Or 13. I didn't actually know that. But when you're young, driving symbolizes freedom, right? You're like, oh, I can't wait till I can drive. I can go anywhere. But then once you're able to drive, you know what happens? Your parents ask you to do everything. Run to the store. Go here. Drop your siblings at school. Do that. Then you get a little older. Go to work. Go to the grocery store. Do this. Do that. Drive for work. And all of a sudden, it stops being a thing of freedom and more of an avenue to take your freedom. You know what I'm saying? And it's no longer fun. I'm putting them in a home whenever I can. Don't worry. But you still have to drive. You know? It gets old fast. It really does, bro. It gets old. You know what's fun? What? Riding a bike? Yes. Riding a bike does not get old. Riding a bike is fun. I agree. I remember when it was fun and exciting. Yeah, like, you're like, yo, I can hang out with my friends looking for an excuse to drive. Yeah, you're like, yo, I'll go to the store. I'll do it. Oh, you need this errand run? I got you. Oh, I got it. But then after about a month or so, you're like, yo, low key, this is ass. I don't want to do this. People are like, oh, but you can listen to the radio. I could do that in my room, to be honest with you. I like quad bikes. I used to have one and I flipped and broke my foot. Ouch. Mom, you need me to drive around the block real quick? Yeah, you know, like anything. Yeah. Oh, you need me to run that errand? No, Mom, don't worry. I got it. Trust me, I got it. Up. Like, don't worry. But then it starts getting old. You know? Check for side quests and roads? Bet. Then it starts getting old, you know? I checked this yesterday. They weren't here before I ended. You gotta go near them first. Where are they? Because I actually checked the circle. This is what just. I checked this. Everyone knows I don't mind driving, so they always ask me. Only the middle bell. Oh, I checked that before I ended stream yesterday, so I know that's not there. It gets worse when your folks retire. Oh, I imagine, bro. Taught the quad a lesson, exhaust pipe, never the same again. But like, I don't know. I hate driving with a passion. And the thing that I know that's probably hard, because my mom's going through this right now with her dad, right? When you have to take your parents' keys, and then you're officially the ride for the rest of their lives. Like, I don't, that, and it's not like they're it's the driving that's the inconvenience. You know what I'm saying? That's the inconvenience. Oh, don't forget, we have this appointment. It's not even the appointment. It's the drive. Let me check again just to make sure. Yeah, you're like, damn, I gotta drive again? If it's not there, do Dutch. Yeah, that's my plan. That's my plan. Like, we just did this. This makes me think my game crashes every time, and I hate it. I wish I could turn that off. See what we got. I talked to these three yesterday.
Hey, folks. Well, look at you.
Lurking. Have a good lurk, Mary. Mary's stream is good. I'm really... What's going on with my voice, bro? I'm really enjoying Mary's evil run through Fallout 3. It's actually really fun. Mary's evil run is so good. It's so good. My granddad ripped the front end of his car and didn't even know. I kept telling my mom I think he may have caught a body. Yeah, he probably did, to be honest. It's probably over.
Partner?
Nope. He just greeted me. I think it's been really good. Like, really good. Like, my grandpa, I believe he hit a person because he wasn't paying attention. And he's hit, like, multiple cars. And so they're like, yeah, it's up, my boy. Like, it's up. You got to stop. And so, like, the thing that I know with my parents is Fallout good because I've never played it. I've only played 4, which is good. Turns out no overtime today. That's really good. That's good news. But I know, like, when it comes time to take the keys from my parents, that's going to be a rough combo. Because I know my parents. And they're the most stubborn people on the planet. You You know.
Of course, of course. Oh, and here is my dear friend, Arthur
Kelly,
Callahan.
man.
Boy is a hunter. Boy is a killer. Arthur, you've met but not been introduced.
That's a
to
mustache,
Mr.
buddy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sheriff Gray.
Well, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fine.
I'm pretty
Business you
good.
boys had.
We did?
Oh, there's no need to pretend with me, sir. Life can be tough.
So it can.
And no man owes another anything.
No, sir.
But still, I feel you were hard done by. Losing your employment like that. But still, here in Rhodes, we have work enough for honest men.
There we go.
Oh, that's some strong stuff. Still, don't seem to be doing you any.
One of the best games ever. I want to start on New Vegas. I haven't played New Vegas, but I played 4. 4 was fun.
I told you we was moving up this
New Vegas is goated. It's on my list. It's the best one. I've actually heard that from a lot of people. I've heard New Vegas is the best one.
Good, honest thieves like us. We're bound to be moralized.
I need to play it.
in a place like this. Oh, Sheriff Gray, you are back.
Which servers request us to reconnect? Jesus Christ, my chat's going crazy.
Shine in them woods, though, and it is costing this county its good name and the state a whole lot of income.
That's a mustache, isn't it?
Boys wouldn't mind rooting it out. Maybe we'll make you.
For my ADHD, brain just had me heated. Why? What
Not
happened?
a problem, sir.
What
Not a
happened?
problem at all.
That's a
You
mustachey.
are in
It's
safe
crazy.
hands now. And people waste time with the temperance movement. Liquor never dulled a good man's senses.
I don't think that's true,
You
Dutch.
ride with the deputy.
Be honest with
Bill
you.
and I will follow.
Climb on up. Let's go.
After this mission, I'm gonna see what happened to that girl that we tossed in the pit yesterday. I'm gonna go back and look at it.
Come on. We need
Oh, get in the wagon. My fault. I wasn't listening. Let's go, Arthur. Get off the horse, bud. Thank you.
Are you getting on then, mister?
Hold on, bruh. Oh, I get to be passenger princess.
How are you?
Yay.
And your friend is behaving himself?
Oh,
Howdy.
yes. I think he's
Howdy.
learned his lesson.
Congratulations on becoming a temporarily deputized citizen of Scarlet Meadows County.
The wifey was trying to explain a yoga pose, and she asked me what the opposite of the action is, and I told her the actual opposite, and she was like, no, and then proceeded to tell me this yoga bullshit term, like it means to build a mountain.
There is?
Dang straight there is. This is a dangerous business, but follow
Basically
my
saying I'm wrong, but I was right, so my brain couldn't let it go. Ah. And you're like, no.
He's in charge here.
The yoga thing is not right, bruh.
Who else would be?
It's not
You were a
right.
Big help with them Anderson boys, and I put in a very good word with the sheriff.
Arguments
on
with the
your
wifey.
behalf.
We appreciate that.
We
I had to
rounded
sit
up the
there
others
and
soon
stop
after.
her.
I'm pushing for the rope.
It's good you
myself.
stopped, because you could have just kept going around and around the entire time.
These moonshiners.
Not just any moonshiners.
Literally stop her so I could explain why I was stuck.
Pretty sure you did.
Old
It's good you got that out though, you know?
Until, well,
I can see why you were heated. 'Cause I get like that.
now they're dealing in moonshine.
I do get like that.
We found their stills hidden all over Lemoyne. Quick as we destroy one, another one pops up. You could call it a pitiful fall from grace, if they had any grace to start with.
I have no time for tax dodgers.
Damn right.
To mention
Don't
the
fuck
fact
with
that
tax
Catherine
dodgers.
Braithwaite has a rather expensive interest in thoroughbred horses to maintain.
But I heard something about it being.
I think I helped her grow as a teacher so she could see how ADHD brain works.
Well,
There you go. See, it was a win.
but the Grays
That was a
and the
win.
Braithwaites think the other stole a fortune.
That was a win. Good communication.
Happened so long ago.
We
I
love
don't
communication.
know for
Is my
sure.
camera lagging?
Must be tough.
Or is that just me?
Rich, huh?
So I imagine.
She has ADD, I think, but not the HD. Not the ADHD.
That rather suits you, Mr. W.
I can close this for now.
Does it feel good to be back at
I know my game's not showing it. There you go. It's fine. Okay. I think it was just me. Like, I noticed my hands were delayed. I don't know what's going on.
Whoa! Hold up. You see that wagon?
We about to steal the wagon, buddy? Oh, there's dead bodies over there. This looks like somewhere I was yesterday. Did I do this?
Damn flies.
That's been happening to me lately.
They got it in for us.
You could try washing once in a while.
Come on, mister.
This low-key looks like
Keep your eyes open.
what I did. That may have been me yesterday, to be honest with you guys. So don't get too worried. Arthur's the most honorable serial killer. True.
This must have happened recently.
He is. Don't let good food go to waste, brother.
Hey, come have a look at this.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Hello.
Don't dwell on it. Let's just move on.
Did the honor level stay up while I was gone? Yep, it did.
One bullet
Bath time
before
Bubba. Exactly. You know what time it is.
says
I want to
this
make I gotta go back and find all the times that we killed somebody in a campfire and make a compilation.
handiwork of a gang
Campfire
called the
killer.
Lemoyne Raiders.
Arthur Morgan.
Yeah, I've run into them.
Let's see if we've got any identification.
He's been dead for a while. You can tell by the color of his face.
We should get going. I'll send someone over here later to clean this up.
Like he's been dead for a long time. But our honor level's as high as ever. Aha. Okay, you're driving, buddy. Okay, why didn't you just go the other side?
Let's go. Would you mind taking nothing more we can do here? I want to have a look at these papers.
Sure.
Damn.
Direct you.
Thought I didn't have to drive. Catching prisoners.
Frederick Mitchell, Lemoyne State Legislator. Poor feller. Yes, this certainly smacks of the Raiders to me. Bunch of excellent.
Hold on. Chat's lagging again. 1 second. Chat. Okay. There we go.
Any free staters without an ounce of respect for the law.
Go right at
These
the cross.
damn Raiders.
Yep. Not the nicest fellas in my experience.
Oh, and I know the
Don't worry.
Braithwaites are in business
I'll
with
kill
them.
every single one of them,
Shame.
boys.
Trash begets trash, my Uncle Reginald used
I'll
to
let them
say.
refresh themselves in the oasis of the beach water.
Town preacher and town sheriff. They're right again here. Drink a sailor under the table before breakfast.
What the hell's going on with this weather?
Like a child.
It's too
on the end of
ominous.
A grown man's arm. But anyway, this tells you what kind of people the Braithwaites are. Selling moonshine to murderers.
Moonshine to murderers? How
Don't
fucking
even
dare
look them
they,
in the eye.
boys.
I'm sure I...
The only one drinking moonshine is
What were you
me.
talking about before?
Here we are. So what was I saying?
Something about the Braithwaites, I think.
Even saying that word makes me sick. Now, anyone we find here, we bring in alive, understood?
Understood, buddy.
Then take this operation down for good. Come on. Let's see what we're dealing with.
Well, I guess we're all crouching. Got it? I can't pull the gun out. Okay, there we go. Pull them both out.
See? See? What did
No.
I tell you, boys? What did I say?
I don't see what you're looking at.
This place was crawling with vermin, and we just found ourselves the rat's nest par excellence, as they say in Paris.
I don't.
Aunt, she went to Paris back in
How we
'78.
gonna handle this?
Well, the way I see
Actually, let my friend here decide. He doesn't have your fine way with words, but he is definitely the man for the job.
Let's split up. Arthur and Bill. Me
I have to make that other gun gold.
You boys want right or left?
It's needed. We're going left.
We'll take the left.
Let's stop these filthy, degenerate tax dodgers. The cheek of them.
Teach them to not pay taxes. These sons of bitches.
Remember what he said. We need them alive.
Alive?
Knock them out.
Four hobos in a bush about to mug someone. You know what it is.
Deputy Williamson.
We are about to rob him.
See one by the bridge over there?
He's looking this way though, so I hate that we have to take him in alive, to be honest. I need him to turn around. Oh, he just went across. Okay. Watch me get bit by a crocodile or some shit.
Think you take this one, Bill.
Give me all your schmeckles. Eat his ass, brother. Damn. Knock out the remaining one. All right. We gotta go across the bridge.
Come here.
Give me your damn schmeckle, boys. There's one more.
Just
All right.
one more, Arthur.
Why didn't they? There was two. Okay. I mean, there was two right there. I don't understand why they couldn't do it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not mad. I got this. I'm not gonna fuck this up. I can't, even though I can't kill him, so that's not fun. We are by this huge body of water, you know. How do you not hear that? Damn. Damn, Arthur. Damn. He didn't have the schmeckle, so you killed his ass. Apparently, bro, like... That was... Wait. Why is there a red dot right there? What the... Unless this was the wrong guy. I'll do the same, don't worry. Okay. I feel better now. I feel better now, not good. These damn moonshiners gonna pay their taxes. This is what happens when you don't pay taxes to the U.S. government. You know?
Just drop him with the others.
There's bad guys coming, for the record.
I think that's it. Well,
I saw the radar.
now?
Schmeckles or schmeckles? True.
To destroy all this. Any of your boys can handle explosives?
Sure. Anyone but him.
Oh, think you're real funny, don't you?
Tell me about the...
That is the last time I'll mention it, I swear.
All right, time to blow this bitch up. Put it right here. All right. Run, Arthur. Run. Here they come, brother. Oh, God. What you call me?
We got some trouble here.
Oh.
I'll riddle you with bullets.
You're not gonna do shit. You're not doing shit, brother. Never played Red Dead 2? It's fun. I do recommend it. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any other guns. Fuck. Right in the eye, my boy. I do recommend it. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's really good. Yeah, it's really fun. Even RDO is fun. I should have grabbed my other gun. There we go. Headshot. Oh shit. Get him. Reload. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Music is fire. Fuck with the music. Got him. You're dead, boys. Got him. You're dead. Wish I had my shotgun. Headshot. Got him. That it? That's gotta be it, right? Gotta go. Peace, my nick. Yo. Peace out, bro. Have a good day. Not good. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I should see you tomorrow still. I will do my best to be online at the same time. I will do my best. All right, here we go.
Are we getting out of here then?
Hold on, brother. I gotta do some loot. We can't just leave all this fine merchandise out here. You know? Then they would have died in vain. Rip the horse. I didn't shoot the horse for it. That was Bill. To be fair, that was Bill. I did not shoot the horse. I didn't shoot them. That was Bill, 100%. So I've been good about not shooting horses. You know? I've been really good about it. So okay. Get this loot right here. Got it. Let's do this. Getting some good stuff right here, I reckon. Okay. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Oop. Got it. Up. Do some more. Perfect. Loving it. Okay. Hey, what's up, Dagger? What's up? How are you? Okay. Just posted My Arthur and Cord. Okay. Look. Good. I'm glad. I am glad. Let me see. Damn. Your Arthur looks badass. Badass. Look at him. I like the hat. Your Arthur looks badass. I like him. I like him. I don't know where my Arthur's going to wind up. That pirate hat's terrible, in my opinion. You don't like it? You don't like it? It fits. It fits. I'm fucking with the hat. I don't think I'll replace Arthur's original hat, but I do like the pirate hat. Where's that other dirty damn? There he is. Dirty Raider. That Arthur might as well be playing Castaways, Castaways, Castaways. It's uber rare, so it stays. Oh, I feel that. I do feel that. All right. One more in Cord? Gotcha. The backyardigans Arthur. He looks cool, bro. He does look cool. I like this fit. I need to get this. What is this, the bandolier? Right? I need to get one of those. Or do I have one already? Do I? Oh, I do have one. Never mind. Yours just looks cooler for some reason. I don't really like the one I have. Choose some goods. Oh, get you some of that. Fill that dead eye, Arthur.
Well done.
Well done,
Forgive
boy.
me, but me and my men must return to our lives. Seems like we failed to destroy the last of the moonshine.
Sure.
Would you like us to?
Well, I normally take it. For personal consumption, it's sort of part of the job. But I better get back home. Why don't I just take a jug or two and leave you boys the rest to show that there's no hard feelings on account of the war?
We are all Americans.
So he just kills them for their...
Webster.
Did you ever watch Backyardigans?
He
No.
used to say some of us is
I
not
didn't.
as
I'm aware of who they are.
American as
Your mic is crispy.
You know
Thank
what I
you.
mean?
Thank you.
Only I did
Dutch, you don't like Dutch, Ashton? I'm aware of the Backyardigans because obviously my brothers were younger than me, but I didn't personally watch them.
Scum. I know you, Billy Lad.
You know?
You've always been a piece of crap. Come on, move.
I'm always messing with my mic settings. I'm not gonna lie to you because I'm always like, I always feel they could be better.
So backwards.
You ever tasted moonshine? I have not, Lord Christian. Is it good?
Bill,
Is it good?
stuff out of here.
I just opened my story, never finished it for the first time in like a year. My bounty's $520. Nuh-uh, Dutch is a snake. I don't really fuck with Dutch either, I'll be honest with you.
Sure he can find a use for
I guess you would have been 12 when released, so you're probably too old for it. Yeah. Without additives, it has no taste. Oh, I've actually never had it. It's so strong. Low-key podcast vibes. Is it? That actually makes me happy. I've been like messing with it.
These lawmen.
Yeah, just straight burn.
Two families.
Huh.
I mean, I really think we can play this from all sides. It's got
kind of want to try it.
written all over it.
This is starting to sound
Kind of want
like
to.
the
I've never
young
had it
days
before
again.
though.
What do you mean, young Dutch? I'm as strong as I have ever been. Hey, you know what? Why don't I race you back?
Are we really doing this? Hold on. 1 second. Make sure my horse is good.
Okay, you're on.
That's the
As close as you can legally get is Everclear.
on my word.
I've never had that beat his old up. I've never had... Damn, his horse is fast as fuck. Okay. I've never had Everclear either. You're a loser, boy. To get real moonshine, you got to do some not so legal shit. Don't people just make it? Or like they stopped doing that? But I've never actually had like actual moonshine or Everclear, to be honest with you. Is he catching up? Hold on. I'm in like a weird spot. Hold on. I need to go where I can go straight. Look at Lil Jit just running. We are smoking him. Last time I'd Everclear, I puked all over the inside of an Infinity 35S edition. Comment Lil Jit W, see all the haters in chat who say there's better horses. I'm saying, bro. Lil Jit is the best horse in all the daggum land. Dutch is barely even on the map at this point. Remember the first 2 or sips and then you're gone? Damn. Damn. Look at him, he's just going. The Lil Jit. That's my boy. That's my boy. They left me on the side of the road at the end of a bridge. Wow. All these people saying to replace him with an Arabian, pff, he's a god.
Well, time is a bastard. When you get to be my age, well, you'll know that better than anything.
That's why you got that tiny ass horse.
You today. I was gonna say you're like a son to me, but you're more than that.
What you mean by that? What you mean by that, Dutch? I've seen people with Arabians as Arthur who got beat by Dutch, so them Arabians mean nothing. Damn. What does he mean by that? Who just called me? Look, is this food? Go hunting with Kieran? I don't want to fish, though.
Arthur, you going fishing?
Yes.
Or running off to Colm O'Driscoll?
Of course not.
I was joking.
That's very funny. Yes, very, very funny. I
Looks
saved
like
your life.
looks like
and now you're
he's
torturing me. Ho ho.
Kieran's adapting.
Do you want to go fishing with me? I found an interesting spot. We'll do well.
Backyardigans got some banger songs.
But
Kieran, my love. Do you like Kieran?
I'll teach you something. We come?
Sure.
I guess this is my first time really interacting with him since we like beat his ass and tied him up.
Grab your horse and let's go.
He's a real kind guy, loves horses, everything is great about him.
Okay, follow me. I know a great little fishing spot along the beach.
The only Backyardigans song I've really heard is the intro. These tiny ass horses. Couldn't be me. He takes care of Lil Jit and every horse while they're not being ridden. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Lil Jit needs a brushing. He's kind of dusty.
We're off fishing together.
How do you know I ain't just looking for a good place to drown you?
Because I saved your life, Arthur.
You keep saying that, but I save your life every day.
I think Turkleman is a really good horse.
So we are more than
I don't think I've seen that one. I just found this phone. The boy jumped. Oh, God.
Now, where's your spot?
He doesn't fight. He does the same thing he did with the O'Driscolls, take care of horses. Oh, God. Snow jumped. No, bro. There's no need to jump. See if you can find him. Tell him it's all right, man. You know. Tell him it's all right. It's all good. I'm sure he's in hell now. That's rough. He jumped. You won't be finding him. That's true.
This is the place. Some beautiful smallmouth here.
That's a good point.
Yes?
Sure.
Here we go. I don't know if I really enjoy. Okay.
Shore looks perfect. Pick a spot.
Okay. Time for our special lake lure. The crickets. Let me change this back out so I don't fuck around and use that on accident. The crickets. Hey, good sir. You seem like a kind fellow.
Seeing lots of bluegill and bass over here.
Like we have the lake lure. Do I not have? I mean, I have. That's river fish. Never mind. I can use a worm. We should use the lake lure. Yeah, we'll catch a large size fish with the lure.
Or crickets if you got them. Otherwise, maybe some bread or cheese.
Should I? I should bait it, and we'll use a worm. Bebop blacklist is spam. Aha! Fingies doesn't work anymore. Make sure you're not timed out, though. I prefer you not. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, don't you use that godforsaken word here. By using worms? He said worms. I have the lake lure on and worms, and it told me to bait it.
You getting many bites there, O'Driscoll?
I ain't an O'Driscoll. I told you fellas 100
We're
times.
fishing.
I'd only been with him a couple of months. Was just a runner, helping out with the horses mainly. Bottom rung of the ladder.
And to think that was the high point of your career.
Colm goes through men like cigars. They ain't like you folks. You barely knew my name. I'm more Kieran Vanderlyn than Kieran
Wave the flag. Let me back in, guys. You gotta act cursed.
Mostly
Act cursed and tell her.
Kieran Duffy.
I hate to break it to you, but I ain't sure Kieran Vanderlyn is gonna stick.
Like listening to his dialogue.
There you go.
Just act. I already revoked the ban. Oh, you're good. Snow, you're back. You're back.
Not too fast. You could break the line.
See, you're good. Give me that fish, boy.
Good catch, Arthur.
Yo, this sucks. This fish sucks.
Now see if you can hook another.
Use lake lure? I was. See, it keeps telling me to use worm bait. The battle of the bastards is over. Snow lost. Yeah, he lost. He conceded. Shoot the fish. Yeah. Next time we get it, we'll try it out. You're in the Wild West, damn it. That's true.
Me now?
That's a good point.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Snow lost.
Not in
He
the
conceded.
slightest.
Cursed is too powerful.
I can't win.
You know?
I promised loyalty. He says, but you wasn't loyal to Colm. If I say I ain't got no allegiance to nobody, he says, how do I know you won't turn on us then?
I don't know what you want to hear.
Sorry.
I'm trying hard to feel sorry for you, but somehow I just can't manage to.
What in the world?
What just happened?
Are you seeing this?
For now, I will have my revenge.
Is that why you like this spot?
Is that a person?
There's somebody who needs to go to confession.
Hey, watch the line.
Whoa, hey! I nearly gulped down a minnow. Sorry, fellas. Didn't see you there. Why don't you take a break? Come on in. The
Talk with
water's
him?
Wonderful.
Okay, look. Last time I greeted somebody like this, Arthur got raped. You know? Last time we were friendly to someone in this kind of situation, Arthur got raped.
We hope to. You haven't scared them all away, have you?
Oh,
Dog,
just let the
yeah.
fellas know. There's
Yeah,
some
he
real
like
bad guys
actually,
over there.
yeah, twice yesterday. Twice yesterday. Arthur had it coming. He's a murderer. No, bro. Arthur's a good guy. Talk to the naked swimmer.
Well, I better keep.
Kieran's here. You're good. Kieran doesn't fight. Bro, what? Yeah, we did. We did, Ashton. Twice yesterday. Yeah, that should count for Gate's one recommendation for today, too. Yeah, he got raped. It was lit as fuck. I don't think it was.
Hope you gents catch something.
Yeah? Maybe we'll take a look. Thanks.
Come on, what's the worst that can happen? Rape.
Well, take care.
Yeah, that's the worst that could happen. Greet, we did.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, wait up.
Oh, we're leaving. All right. I guess we're leaving. He ruined the vibe.
Okay, fella.
You showed up. I'll just say, Legate got your cheeks McClapped twice yesterday from his wreck. He was like, what's the worst that could happen? And we got raped and thrown into a hole. You know. I mean, although the revenge against the incest couple was glorious. That was glorious. The dynamite, you know, glorious. The revenge was sweet. It was. It was.
I think this is the place that naked fella was talking about.
Look at that view. What a view. I miss Juvie. I'd let the smaller guys manhandle me just to make them feel better. Use your lake lure here to catch the legendary? Oh, God.
Let's walk down to the beach.
Am I about to catch it right now?
Hope we land this monster.
Uh-huh.
It ain't easy to catch a fish like that with bread and cheese, but you never know. We might get lucky.
Guess we'll see.
Gotta use lake lure.
Get after that bluegill, Arthur.
Legendary fish was that deer that just swam up.
So who taught you?
Let me make sure I put it on real quick.
Mostly. I lost my
Lake lure. Yeah, we're good. All right, it's on.
mammy and pappy when I was young to cholera.
Your mammy?
Like I said, I was real young. After that, I was on my own pretty much. But
Oh, no, Charles. Don't force me in that room and have your way with me. I'm really afraid. I'm only 5 inches taller and 50 pounds heavier.
Never be alone again.
Interesting fic that's going on there. I miss Charles. Gotta cast further. I held it like max, didn't I? Like it's no needs to write adult novels. I agree. No needs to calm down. No, you're traumatizing Ashton. You're traumatized.
You got
All right.
That has got to be the one, right?
It might be. He's putting up one hell of a fight.
Not really. Write that novel. Calm down, boy. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Sorry, I was a different person in those days. We gotta enable more Pepe emotes. This does not seem legendary. There's no way this is a legendary fish, bro.
Nope, not the big one.
Yeah, that's not. I knew. Like, come on, bro. Get out of here. Step a little bit more in the water. Get a good cast. I was nastier than a $4 whore. I didn't know that was a thing.
See? Look at this.
People were looking the other way when they caught the legendary.
At least you ain't tied to
Wait,
a
like
tree.
over this way?
Still a prisoner, Arthur. I can't step outside.
We'll fish into the sunset.
Without being terrified of one opponent.
That way? Okay.
Come pick me up. When I'm in camp, I got Bill and Sadie whispering in my ear all the time. They're gonna kill me in my
Oh, hold on. Let me get back in the spot.
living in a nightmare.
Christ.
Fish along the beach. I am in the
I've known
beach.
you were gonna moan
Like,
this
damn.
much. I'd never have said yes to this.
Let's do it. Here we go. This is like that one task in the Ocarina. Yeah, the fishing task in Ocarina of Time was ass. That's the only part I really didn't like. I've never really been a fan of things like this. This or stealth quests. Like when you had to fish to get the heart piece. Like, Jesus, bro. Charles used to be my little ocarina.
Not sure, but he feels big.
Pause. That's a snake. I believe so. This ain't no fucking legendary. Here we go. He's coming toward. Yeah, watch. We're about to get fucked up. We're about to end up in the ER. Rattlesnake's gonna be like, yeah, you picked the wrong one, bitch. To your left. Yep, watch. It was a snake. You know Charles, too? I'm fucked. We're dead here.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, we're just not keeping this. This is terrible. We gotta get it. Do we actually? Time to eat some food. We ain't got no food. Damn. Slightly more to the side.
I don't have a chance in hell with my bait.
There was a rattlesnake on campus the other day. My dumbass thought that was only overseas. No, they're everywhere.
Okay. Make sure you go straight back there.
I'm gonna try one more time. If we don't get a legendary this time, it's up. We'll go like over here. Not that way? I thought you said it was this way. It's to the area you were before. Where you go to school. And I heard that they are not as deadly as I heard either. People be surviving them. Yeah, they do. Look a little to the side. Left or right? Left side or right side? Yeah, there's rattlesnakes everywhere. Right? Okay. Like here? That's good. All right. I'm only trying this one more time. Let me eat first. Let's eat. My cores are low. Perfect? Okay. I gotta cook some more too. Alrighty. But yeah, there's rattlesnakes everywhere. In the, like, I know they're here. Well, you gotta use your special lake lure? You're just using the lake lure. What's my special one? Special river, special lake. All right, here we go. Here we go. We got the special lake lure. Here we go. Some species of rattlesnakes are endangered in many U.S. states, mainly Texas. Yep, by me. Try a couple times. We got one time. We got one time. It's struggling. Yeehaw! It's really struggling. Here we go. Calm down, boy. Calm down.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air.
Try just one more time after this. You weren't using the right bait if this ain't the one. All right.
Give up already. You're mine.
Exactly. You're mine, buddy. You ever seen any wild animals in Cali? I've seen wild animals here. There's like bobcats and stuff that wander down the alleys. And we have a turkey that walks around my city. Actually, we have a couple. Got your bait sucks? Yeah. It's not the best. It's a bigger one. Is this it? This isn't it, is it? There's no way this is legendary.
Oh, you are one fine.
Bobcats, y'all don't kill them? You're not allowed to. Oh, we got it. We got it. We did it. Keep it.
Sorry, but you're mine.
There we go. W's. I just confuse Cali, California, and Baja California people. Use Cali for every one of them. Why not? They're dangerous as fuck. You just call animal control and they come get them. Oh, that place for the naked guy? Okay. It was right over the hill, right? It was here, right? That's where we were? Yeah. Yeah, we see bobcats and stuff, and the animal control people just come move them. Just a bit closer to camp? Okay. Wait, just a bit closer to camp? Just go towards the red? Okay. Oh, I'll just go this way. I'll just go over this way. He was here, right? Yeah. Where's the naked guy? Go a little bit more down. What's good? Yo, what's up? Not good? What's up? Welcome back. Yeah, I don't see him. Wild ass birds. Cast right around there. All right. He comes out when you cast. Let me make sure I'm not using the special one again. Yo. Look a little more deeper in the water. I saw a mountain lion come off a hill, head straight towards us, and get hit by our school bus. Jesus.
Let's see if anything's biting.
Like, I mean, not looking towards the land. Oh, like this. All right, let me reset it. That's crazy. Like, I can't move my... There we go. Like here. Kind of crazy, but wild birds and mountain lions being their own habitat, we intrude. True. That's why we also aren't allowed to, like, that's why we don't kill the mountain lions or the turkeys or nothing like that. Like, I was in like a Ross parking lot and a bald eagle landed there and everyone stopped to take pictures and shit. And obviously you can't touch them. He'll swim in. I turned a mountain lion into a mud lion. Yeah, we are really intruding, you know? Bald eagle, yeah, we did. We saw a bald eagle in a parking lot and everyone, they called animal control and everyone took pictures and stuff. You're a little bit too far to the side, actually, I just realized. Where? Like here? That mountain lion was trying to put us on a t-shirt. And then it got put into one. Unfortunately. I mean, more to the side of the beach, like over here. Other side. The animals intrude other animals all the time. It's just how nature works. True. Easy to say the school banned us from waiting at the bus stop. It's around where you originally marked. Where did I originally mark? Here? Did I mark like right here? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, we never saw nothing like that. But like in the neighborhood, you'll see them walking around. You'll see like bobcats walking around the alley and stuff. And they like be in trees at the park. It's kind of chilling, you know? About here. Right? And cast. All right, we can beat mountain lions 1v1, but I'm not sure of it. I mean, I'm not trying it. They was like, we tried to set these tasty kids up, but it didn't work. Only a mountain lion came. Oop. Now, where y'all living? I mean, I live in Texas. The only thing you'll see in the UK is pigeons and squirrels. We have a lot of squirrels. And I actually hate squirrels because they got in my house once, like in the roof. And so you could hear them crawling in the walls and stuff. Some motherfuckers probably can, but I ain't finna try. Yeah, I'm on camp, leave them alone. I'm on camp, leave them alone, you know? It was 5 of us, and he was gonna send us to see Tupac. The animals used to kill us before we got our loadouts. I think even when we had like weapons, we was still. I used to have rats. You'll hear us whistling soon. Okay.
Oh, you're on, my friend.
What the? That wasn't a whistle. W Tupac concert. That was not a whistle. Scatter rats, they too fast. New York rats are crazy. I remember seeing those when I lived out there. They're crazy. It doesn't appear. It might have to be day. Oh.
That's it. Come on.
Come on. Yes, boy. You got to sleep a little bit till then? All right. Let me catch this first and then we'll.
Good
Pretty
to meet you.
Does the fish get rotten? I think so. This interaction is the whole reason I do this mission. Oh, we'll keep
You're
it.
coming with me.
The geese will smoke your ass out of here too? Yeah, I remember one time my mom and my sister went to go feed them. And they all started up. There he is.
Well, look at you, gal.
NYC rats have life supplies of food. Yeah. Move back a bit.
Oh, hello again. Remember me?
Whoa.
That water's magical today. Let me tell you, like we've been
Whoa.
to the moon. Whoa. Oh.
Whoa.
How can I forget?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
When he's already in the water, you know what to do. I think we have to. He's back in.
Gotta get in all the nooks and crannies.
Ain't gonna get, yeah, we're.
You might want to drop a line in over there. I swam past a monster fish a while back. Back to it then. Hope you get a bite.
Okay. That was wild. How can you prove you're alive? I think, therefore I am. Damn, that was a good one. Red Dead 2 content is allowed on Twitch. You can. Could have shown it. I'm good. You know, I'm good. Right? Just to be safe. That's the real legendary fish right there. That was Jesus. Molly. Oh, we got it. You know, we haven't done in a while. Let's check the mail. Let's check the mail and see if we got any. Wild mission right there, huh? Wild mission. These missions have been getting a little weird lately. Hop it. You gotta mail that legendary fish? Oh, I have to mail it? Or do I have to sell it? I just wanted you to see the guy's dick. I mean, I saw it. I did see it. I was not expecting that.
You okay, boy?
You gotta mail it to a legendary fish guy. Oh yeah, that's right. That proves existence. My baby father makes me feel like I'm alive. What? That's crazy. That was impressive though. You read stuff like that too? Why is my... Oh, my bad. I didn't know I still had the rope out. Not video game Schmeat. There are ladies in here. Exactly. And children. You know. And chilling. Go mail this fish. How many legendary fish are there? $20-something? Jesus Christ. Damn. I was thinking like 4 or 5. I didn't realize there was 20. I mean, I kind of struggle to find the difference in existence and life. I mean, maybe I just don't understand the definitions, but it's pretty confusing. It is, actually. Ever since I got back from the dentist, I've been on a journey to discover what existence is at the core and then destroy that core like a wisdom tooth. There's 13. That's still a lot. My bad. Didn't mean to break in like that.
Sir, welcome back. All right. What would you like to send?
Still no mail.
Thank you.
Still no mail. That wisdom tooth really kind of changed you, Snow. Y'all getting philosophical? See what happened, Ashton, was Snow got his wisdom teeth out without getting put to sleep, and ever since then he's been traumatized into thinking about existence. You could do that. We have a bank robbery quest. Where's my... Oh, it's over here. What's the A? Abigail. Abigail needs to speak with me. If AI becomes self-aware, would they be considered alive or just existence? I think it depends on who you ask, to be honest. How the fuck did you do it? So he got numbed, right? He got his mouth numb, but he didn't go to sleep. So he still heard like the cracks and all that. Like he experienced the entire thing. Abigail's is a drunk mission. Molly's is a bank rob mission. I say drunk, then robbery. Actually, robbery, then drunk.
Yeah.
I mean, rocks don't think and they exist, but we are considered alive, we think. Started me thinking, why would God give me teeth that don't fit and make me get them brutally pulled? I'm gonna cry and it didn't even happen to me. You know what the thing is? I told him before he did it to go to sleep. We warned him in chat and he was like, nah, YouTube makes it look easy. And then that shit hurt so bad. And so he heard the cracking and all that. It was wild. It was absolutely wild, bro. But you saw that veering, right? He did it twice. Like I would have just went to sleep. If ever there's like, if I was there, I would kiss it better. There you go. There you go. Then I realized that we live in a total clusterfuck. That we do. That we do. Get over here. It traumatized him. I'm not into philosophy, but some might say no philosophy is a philosophy. Sean's logic does not make sense in this context. That what is he saying? Who did I mark? I said Molly first. We'll do Molly, then Abigail. Yeah, okay, I had the right one marked. But like, if ever I have a medical procedure and they give me the option to get put to sleep, best believe I'm going to sleep.
Dutch, since you got back?
Yes, Morgan. Air is cleared. We're moving on.
All right, BB. I did the same thing as Snow, but my dentist used some serious numbing agent. I felt nothing until about 5 hours later. I think what else traumatized him is he heard everything. Like, experiencing it all is just... I just think I remember Sean saying, might have used to say no, politics is politics. I believe, sir. Y'all got to Google brain in a vat or... So did I. Did that not traumatize you? I feel like that would traumatize me. Oh, you've been reading these books? Wait. Brain in a vat. Not at all. Snow was traumatized. Like, he's literally looking up stuff. He's looking up stuff. Viking, my friend, I'm not as powerful. Like, he's looking up brain in a vat and last Thursdayism. That shit hurt. They probably just didn't numb you as well as they numbed Blade.
Yes, Miss O'Shea.
Call me Molly, would you?
Yeah, Molly kind of.
How is Dutch?
Damn.
I mean, how does he seem to you?
About the same as usual, I guess.
I really love him, you know.
Molly kind of.
Like he always says, loyalty is.
That shit hurt.
everything.
He said you're supposed to feel something. It's just pressure.
Excuse me, Miss O'Shea.
Feels like it was more than pressure, huh?
Bring a gift. The great gift of information.
So you got some.
You saying I just popped up and yesterday was a figment of my memory and everybody remembers me like that because they have the same figment? That is what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying, actually.
So now I can risk my neck and make you some money while you lounge around.
You know
What she was lacking in the draws, she's packing in the bras.
as well as on your
What did I
shirt.
come into? You simping on Molly? A little bit. Like Molly, I haven't really paid attention to Molly, you know, but Molly kind of.
Find some other fool to run your errands.
Molly's kind of, you know.
Come on over here. Will you be my other
How are you, Mama? How are you?
Charles.
What are you talking about?
Arthur's a
Yes, I'm so sorry to find out on a Twitch stream.
just said.
I thought it was a bank robbery. Guess I was wrong.
Ride with us.
I got a serious.
Mary Beth, my girl, though.
Yes.
Molly, open your eyes. She did. Like, I'd never noticed, and I was like, yo,
Charles.
Molly kind of, like,
Exactly.
like,
Now, you know we
whoa.
should do this. It's easy, and I'll only take a small commission for my information. But it's now or never.
Then it's never.
Oh, God help me. Fine, I'll do it.
The Awakening. I was.
What is it? It's a supply wagon carrying payroll, but very briefly unguarded, apparently, as it passes through a crossroads near here where there's an old ruined church before it connects.
Oh, so we're robbing a.
The wagon train.
We're robbing a
Very
wagon.
Easy pickings.
As long as we get paid or you get shot, I'm happy.
You are a sick man, Arthur Morgan. A very sick man indeed.
Actually, if you look at my honor scale, I'm a very nice man. You see it.
Bunch of smart Alex.
I'm nice as hell.
How you get wind of this, old man?
We only been down here all of 5 minutes.
I'm nice as hell.
While you boys went off fishing or playing lawman or whatever the hell you've been doing, I've been getting down to business.
Finding the nearest grog house.
Hey, you don't want in on this.
I like being able to use cinematic mode. Okay, Arthur just stopped running. Guess I have to hold it. You statistically, you know, statistically, one brain is more like to form out of nothing. All your memories of this for an entire universe to form. Snow's really been looking into this for real. Nice as hell, but blew up an incest couple yesterday. Yes, yes. You know, to be fair, they started it. You know what I mean? They did start it. Like, we were perfectly nice until they got violent. You know?
We should cover our faces. They'll be passing through the crossroads up ahead. Wind.
Also, what if life doesn't have to have meaning and everything just existed because it has to? Seems crazy to think that there's no purpose, but maybe that in itself is purpose. I don't know what I'm saying that though. I'm Muslim.
Christ's sakes. I should be due any time now.
Look what you started, Snow. Look what you started. Your introspection is causing crises. I said we have some students of LSD in this chat. It's more like PTSD from Snow. Ever since he had that dental surgery, he's been different. You know.
Stop the wagon! I said, stop the damn wagon! Whoa! Now, don't try anything.
Chat was violent yesterday. Now it's deep. That's the beauty of this chat. You know, every once in a while, like it goes from really violent to really funny, sometimes horny, to now it's deep, you know? My man brain is trapped in the phantom realm. I don't need sleep, I need answers. I woke up at 1 a.m. Why did you wake up at 1 a.m.?
To get shot, but this is a mistake. I work for Cornwall Kerosene and Tar, Mr. Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, great.
So you know
Leviticus Cornwall. So many different elements to our existence. We need answers now because I slept at 7:30. Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, why don't you check out around the back? Arthur, help me out here.
Makes sense. He's the guy whose train you robbed and tried to kill you in Valentine. Yeah, I recognize the name. Damn Leviticus Cornwall. Maybe the answer to life isn't why, it's more how or what. Well, there we go. Yeah, I fasted the whole day, broke it at 6. I was passed out by 7:30.
Hey! Think I see something!
Oh, great.
Let's go! Arthur, let's go! Yeah!
Every time we do something with these people, it goes terribly wrong. You think we'll ever figure out these answers? No. No. I don't, actually. I think everyone has their own beliefs as to what the purpose of life is or what existence is, right? So existence is all kind of subjective in that, I mean objective in that case. You know what I'm saying? Laughter, how, and what? We need a why, don't we? Maybe there is no why, you know? What if that's the beauty of life, is that there is no real why? You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, how the fuck did I get here? And what is consciousness? Yo, what's up, Phoebe? How are you? How are you? They're shooting at us. There definitely is no why. That's what I think, like, the beauty may be that there is no why, you know? Well, that's certainly something to think about. Yeah, it is. I believe so. I believe so. We are a cosmic accident. We're talking about photosynthesis, yes. We good? How are you, bro? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. You know? I'm not really excited for this Houston trip because I really don't want to drive 6 hours. But, you know, other than that, I'm good. Give me some of that burger.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
But what is a cosmo to begin with? The cosmos. It's the most of the cause. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying? Well, if we're in an accident, what accidentally caused it to exist?
All right. Let's get out of sight.
Are we getting deep? Snow is. Snow's
You got
traumatized.
soda, Papa? Can I have some?
Snow's traumatized, Feeve, after his wisdom tooth removal. And it's caused him to start seeking answers. You know? You know what I mean? Why something rather than nothing? You see what I'm saying? Character development. Oh my gorshes.
All right.
Oh my gorshes.
Hey, shit. Absolutely. Oh, shut up, old man. Look, I was just
Sometimes the simplest questions are the deepest. That's true.
over by the house. Damn. Hey, let's just.
His dentist apparently put more than anesthesia in his IV. Well, he didn't get the anesthesia. That's why. What happened is he just got the regular pain med and didn't go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? He did not go to sleep. He just got numbed. And apparently they didn't numb it fully. You know? No. Yeah. He didn't get the anesthesia.
Is this your place? Kinda. And you didn't hear nothing?
Government is implanting chips in our teeth or something like that. I don't think that's it. I think that's a little far. That's a little far. A bunch of people with PhDs in physics say at the end of the universe there will be nothing. That's hard to believe. There's a video on it.
All right. Group forth. Low. Go check out the barn.
Monkey time? What command would monkey time be? Oh shit. Here they come. This is not good. They coming in here? Start drawing faces on them and sit in the back. Yo, are they?
Well, the place looks deserted enough. Sure. You head inside.
Knew from day one he was built different. Turn off the Cosmos by Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's 10 million. Yeah. Guys, give me cash. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Place looks empty to me.
How does he not see me?
Up there is full of crap. I don't think they're here.
What will it be like, I wonder, to sleep and never wake up? How did he not see us? What the?
Looks like we're
What the?
way out of here, fellers.
Why did he do that? Man, I really want to get something on my chest. What?
We got more of the bastards on this.
Why did he? Holy. Why? What is he doing, bro? Why do Broward got that many points? You don't give me none. You remember you had the same amount and you gambled it all and you lost it. This is why I can't hang with these people. They're deviants. Hello? Hello, Arthur? Give me another $2 billion. That's a one-time thing. Got him. Got it. Give me another. This is why I don't like hanging with them, for real. Hanging with these people is just always a disaster. Well, my son recently caught COVID, and to be honest, your streams are keeping my mind off it. Been a hard time for me, so thanks. Yo, Saul, I hope he gets better soon. My family had COVID during like a couple years ago during Christmas, and I know how rough that is. And so I hope that he gets better soon. And I'm always glad to be here, you know? We're happy to have you in here. We love you. We love your family. I hope he gets well soon. For real. For real, for real.
Hold them back. Do not let them close in on us.
I was gonna be like, guys, why are you defending the rich guy's house? It's not even your house. Like, hello? It's not even your house, bro.
Did you come along? Oh, this shit. I'm officially retired. Don't worry, fellas. We ain't going out like this.
Thanks for the kind wishes. This is a great community since day one. You guys make it great for real. You know, for real. But our COVID and lasted forever. Hope your kiddo feels better. Did they light this on fire? Oh God! Get out! We gotta get out. Oh, the Legate's here to kill that notion. Hey guys, it's on They're burning.
So this is what you call easy pickings, Uncle?
Arthur, please, get out of here. We're dead. We're dead. It won't let me leave. I tried to leave this building. Hi, Phyllis. How are you? Thanks for the wishes, guys. I hope he gets better, too. He's a real strong dude. He will. He for sure will.
Let's head to the woods.
He for sure will. No matter how horny, how violent, how vile we can get, it's always good vibes. Exactly. It is. Good, thanks. How are you? I am pretty good. Pretty good. Let's get out of here, boys. Here we go.
Where are we going, Bill? We'll try to lose him in the woods.
It seems like we lost him. We're good now that you're here? Exactly. Phyllis always ups the vibes, bro. She does.
Try to confuse him. Arthur, with me.
With who? Oh.
Anything dumb, Williamson, you're on your own. Oh, shut the hell up.
I mean, why did they shoot? We were good. GTA 45 releasing and not... Yeah. Yeah. We're never getting that game. I'll believe it when I see it.
Behind these rocks. They're coming this way. Perfect.
They come this way, I'm going blasting.
You take the left and I'll take the right, okay? You're right.
GTA 45 releasing in Subnautica years. Who was it that said that Subnautica is traumatizing? Because I have questions. Like, how so?
You see anything? Not yet.
You gonna shoot him right here? How do they not see us? I'll be fucking 30. They said 3 more years till Jesus Christ. We're never getting it. Where's the other one? Oh.
Ain't gonna be happy about this.
That's gonna hurt worse than
Yeah, we're never getting it. Knife? I just like beat the shit out of him with my gun. You know?
Arthur!
I got you.
Made a
like,
that, didn't you? Oh, just
got him, you know.
Why don't you?
They lying, they've been 35 instead of 3. Damn, like that, yeah, like we're gonna be in retirement homes.
We better go give him a hand.
Why do they keep ending in shootouts? Good. Not me playing GTA at 60. I'll be like, you young kids don't know. Y'all don't know about what we used to do. We finna invent lightsabers before even getting GTA 6. For real, bro. We're gonna discover the fucking Force. I wish they would stop releasing games in the RDR universe like a Civil War one or a Revolution one, fully expanding the entire game and everything, even making a Mafia game. That'd be cool. That's a concussion? Yeah, we beat the shit out of them with that gun, bro. Playing GTA 6 on the PS9. We're gonna have like fucking game chips in our hand, and it's just gonna project forward. I've never seen you get up and piss on stream. Why would you see that? Oh, you just don't pee? I do sometimes. It's just rare. It's rare. You know what I'm saying? Make them in the same universe. I want Arthur's great grandkids. You know, they probably thought Red Dead and its core is a cowboy spaghetti western simulator, a Civil War mafia game. Should just be an independent. Go help these people. Too cute or whatever. They can't kill 2 people. Why do you have your lasso out? Come on, bro. Hit your shots, you fucking stormtroopers. Jesus, look at the. Got the squatty potty attached to the chair? Ooh. I gotta get a squatty potty. I've heard good things about those. More rare than a motherfucking ray gun. Same universe, different stories. You mean like spinoffs? That's it. I got it.
You're not getting out of here.
Yeah, you're not getting out of here, my boy. That's a lot of points. Bot shoot, like, they didn't hit a single one. You fired shots like Tim. If they decide to make a Red Dead in, like, say, 1920s, 1930s, they should just do it in Mexico and Central America. The United States is way too developed for a cowboy western sim. You know? You look different. What is he? I don't know what those 2 words before the wiggly stuff was supposed to be. Are we done now, or? Oh, we have a parcel. Let's go to the mail. Let's go to the mail. We're not even looting. We're not even looting. We're going straight to the post office. That's a lot of points. That is a lot of points. Oh, God. Now we gotta go catch the witness. Fucking.
Yep.
No, boy, where you think you going?
Stop. Make me kill you.
Listen to me.
Put your gun up.
Just shut up, damn.
Put the gun up.
Gave you enough warnings.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What shirt? Snow on his grills. I said keep them in the same universe, not the same Red Dead name. And I'll go all. That's a lot of points. Anyway, you got some points for me? I fell on hard times. You could have just lassoed him? Oh. I mean, he pulled the gun out. I felt threatened, so I had to, you know? I had to. At the end of Red Dead 1 is basically the end of the Wild West, and I'm pretty sure they're in the same universe. I had to. Like, I felt threatened, so, you know, we're still very good people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're still very good people. He just threatened to snitch. You know, I don't fuck with snitches. Madame Nazar exists in both GTA 5 and Red Dead 2, so maybe that's something. I'm lonely and my goldfish died of a home invasion. Need points for the funeral. Damn, rest in peace to your goldfish. What was your goldfish's name, man? What was your goldfish's name? I know Red Dead 1 and Red Dead 2 are the same universe. I'm saying to make more games in Red Dead universe. I think he's agreeing with you, Legate. A small loan of $2 million. Charlie Chimka III. Damn. That's a good name. You know what? Just for that, not good? Just for that, low-key, here. That was creative. There you go. I don't agree for him to agree. Ooh, a question mark. Thanks, Shawty. You're welcome. Welcome. That was a good, you know, rest in peace to the goldfish. Oh, it finally popped up. Charlie was like a brother to me. Who's Charlie? GTA universe is in the Red Dead universe. You played Red Dead 1? I have not played Red Dead 1.
Well, I'm good.
This is my first experience in the Red Dead universe.
You okay?
The goldfish fool? You had a goldfish?
No.
Named Charlie?
You look awful.
Awful. You know, yeah. I've never, this is my first dive in.
This. I didn't deserve this. I used
to be 200,000. I used to be a gentleman. Jeremiah Compsonstead.
Good for you. If that's anything to boast about.
They took everything from me.
Who did?
They.
And what did they take?
Them damn theys. They took it from him.
career.
I stole a lot of things.
He's my goldfish
Quite a lot
chump.
to steal.
Look at me.
The Yankees.
Living in the shit and in the mud.
I'm sorry.
I'll show you why they call me
Anyway, I
Handsome
started
Jack.
blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
I think my favorite sound right now is the "Give me that burger."
Father Bill. It's all dilapidated and destroyed, repossessed by the bank.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was supposed to live a different life.
Me too.
If only I could get my old
I just realized Arthur has that deputy star on it. It's going through his jacket.
watch, old pistol.
That's how I be every day.
Where's this house?
Yo,
again?
Snow, how many points you got?
Instead, north of Scarlet Meadows.
I don't know if it's working.
Go near it. I'm living rough over by Eris Field.
Well, if I'm ever out that way, I'll see what I can do.
Time is hell.
Let's do his mission. Hold on, I gotta check the mail. Damn.
Oh, heavens.
Going on a sound break, I have points to earn. That's what I keep. That's what I'm hearing. Supposed to live a different life. He's so real for that. I feel like a lot of us feel that. I thought this was gonna be a letter from Mary, but it's not. Yeah, everyone says they're saving up, so I'm a little afraid. What was the letter I didn't see? It was that fish letter. What was a fish letter? Let me see. That's maps. I don't remember what it was, but it was a, is it not working? It may be a small time different thing for it. I'm not watching Skratsx. I'll leave him up on my other phone and tap the green box periodically. All right, what's his mission? What's his mission? Is it this one? Is it this house? Is it this mission? And you do the same. I think there's an extension where if you're not on your phone, it auto does it. Yes? Okay. Because that's how I earn points. I just leave a tab open, and so when they're live, it just auto redeems it. 11 jumping and flinching no time.
You're a good boy.
Auto collect. Let me see what I think it's better Twitch. Actually, I think you can do it with 7 TV too. So if you have the 7 TV, pause. If you have the 7 TV thing, there's where is it? Hold on. AFC, BFC, CFC, DFC, EFC. What are those for? Mashing, blah, 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 me style. Where's the auto collect? Oh, here it is. See, if you have the 7 TV thing, it auto collects channel points. You see? When they become available. You know what I'm saying? So I just have that. So if I'm in someone's chat, like, let me mute the tab. Let me lurk in Begons anyway. She's cool. So when it loads up, it'll just load here and it'll auto collect. You know what I'm saying? Woody Gonorrhea gonna be my rap name. Look out for me. Yo, can't wait. Can't wait. I cannot wait for it. Yo, what's up, girls? What up, man? No, I'm not. I think it's just you. How to get 7 TV? I'm about to just open you up on my laptop. I think it's an extension. Also, your stream too. Fell for that one. Arkansas fried chicken, Boston fried chicken, Chicago fried chicken, Denver fried chicken, El Paso fried chicken. Why El Paso? Why El Paso? Like I don't understand. Oh, she's face cam. I didn't know that. Because it starts with E. Good reason. Good reason. That's fair. It's an extension though. So just download the extension. Just type like 7 TV Twitch extension. My name gonna be Lil. That's it's quite the name. What chapter you on? 3. We're on 3. I think this may be the last mission today. Give me a loan, Skratsx. How much? It's maybe my last mission because I have to go in 30 minutes. I got to pack. I got to pack all my photo gear. Get ready to go. You know? 1 million. Or Lil David at, I don't know what that was. This whole mission will take about 15. Okay. Stop being a friggin' enabler. Curse set. That's true. Someone has to give it to you. It'll hold me over while you're gone.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
I should be like, if I'm able to stream tomorrow, it'll be for like an hour on my phone. Where are you going again? Houston. Going to Houston. I have a 6-hour drive, unfortunately. And I hate it. I hate driving. As you know, we've talked about it. 6 hours though. No. H-Town, baby. Yes, sir. The drive. I'm not going to lie. Houston, I have to show you. Houston has one of the scariest highways out there.
I beg your pardon?
I can't let you leave, boy. I'm going to hold you hostage. Oh. Fingies? Yeah, you can't type fingies. I banned that word, my boy. Straight banned it. I demand payment for settling our beef. Houston Highway. It's like 26. It's like 26 lanes or something like that. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Oh, that's an hour. Hold on, I don't want to watch that one. What is fingies? Lev says it because she knows it pisses me off. Instead of saying fingers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's this highway. So this highway is 26 lanes, right? But as you keep going, there's like all kinds of loops and exits and stuff like that. And so I'll be on here. Houston's kind of a wild place. I was supposed to go to school at the U of H. I was like, nah, Chief Keef boys. Espanol fingers. I just got man milk all over my fangies. Is this going to be a thing? Is this going to be a thing? What are we doing? Houston's wild, though. Houston is, oh, no, this is a better picture of it. Hold on. I showed you the safe part. Fingrace is a W word. This highway. You see all this? Look at all this. This is one of these, like, scariest parts of the road in Texas. You know, that's some bullshit. I'm saying. Like, look, Fingy Highway. Okay, guys. What is going on? And you have to drive on this. Finger, copy to ban list. Thank you. About, like, God. Copy message. Okay, let me do this. The Galleria is cool. It is. The Galleria is cool. But, like, I'm not even going to be there because I'm literally there tonight, tomorrow afternoon, and I'm coming back. Phineas and Ferbs, I do like, just add me as an editor on iPod. How do I do that, Curse? Because I will do it right now. How do I do that? Dashboard. No, he's mad with power. You know who the top chatter of today's chat is? It's Legate. It says it. See? Legate is the top chatter. I have to give you my key to add me. How do I add? Where do I add a key at? I'm the top chatter. You are the top chatter. You are the top chatter. What does that mean? That you've chatted the most. Oh, you're the top chatter since last of the week. Top chatter of the week. See? Here are the top chatters of the week. Followed closely by me. Alf, you are not top 10, unfortunately. Yeah, you're way ahead. Phyllis is second. Let's see. Alf, you're 14th. You're top 15. Stop talking all day. What you like him or something? You know, click your PFP in the right corner. W second place. Yes. Okay. Got it. Settings. It says you're a manager on here already. Oh, you have to be an editor. How am I 11? The rest should be in Cord. Okay. Got it. Go to managers and input that code. I think you are a manager already. Yeah. Because it says you're a manager. Yeah, you are. You are. You are a manager. You are. Eminem not on that list? I thought he'd be number one. Take that out. There we go. Let's look at. So the top chatters of the week. So we got Legate, Phyllis, Genty, Apocalypse, Snow at number 5, Yoru. Yoru does type a lot. Petty, Stream Elements, this doesn't count. Killmonger, and Illusion, top 10. Common Legate W. I'll help out more, I promise. Add me to. I don't think you have a code for Nightbot, Snow. In Broward, Strange, Lev, Alpha 14, Gravity of 15. Well, I'm not even close. Whack as fuck. W finger blast. It's because Legate will also come through with messages like the one he just typed. I just talk a lot, probably. I enjoy it. I enjoy all of you. You know? Pretty good list. Pretty good list. It's fucking rigged. It's just how many messages you send. Like, it's not rigged. Just how much you type. Like, if you did that for, like, where I would rank and stuff, I'd probably, like, low in a lot of people's chats. You know? Because I'll talk for a bit. Hold on. I'm crying in. Enjoy me? I do. I'm going to start typing individual words. Hello, fellers.
It's my life. It's my life.
How's it going, brother?
Oh, hey there. Why don't you join me?
Oh, he's actually nice.
By the fire. Oh. By the fire.
Wait, what? I'm going to start typing like this from now on. Wow, that's a cool strategy. Sit down with him. Give you a, okay. Kiss. Tony Jr., yes. Kill him, please. Sit on his stool. Oh, spoke a lot on Sunday. That's probably where mine came from. Probably. Yeah, a kiss. I love this strategy. Not a, this is great. Tony Jr. Sit on, okay, I'm sitting. Oh, my. Sit with him. Got it. It's good you were nice.
Bone dry. Sins I'm carrying around.
Is he about to confess to some murder shit?
But if I had a little whiskey to loosen up my tongue a little, I might tell you.
All right. There you go. Got you, my boy. Drink away. Confess your... Okay, let's just decide now. Okay, I got to open Chatterino. I'm losing stuff. Hold on. Skratsx hates Fortnite battles. Just finished. Chat spam. You'll never be top 5. Or Skratsx has to read. It's so difficult to read like this because you guys interrupt. Let's speak like normal humans. Let's do. We hate get Fortnite battle. Okay, try it now. Yeah, try if someone put it in emote only. Help rip Skratsx. Let's be okay, guys. What is happening? Okay. What? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, hey. So just type wire in. If he confesses to some evil shit, we drag him in the campfire, right? Like if he confesses something crazy, we drag him to the campfire, right? Yeah, why? Okay. Slow-mo, what is that supposed to mean? It slows you down. Someone talk shit about finger. Yeah, say fingies are saying. You're saying I'm slow? No. He's already in a lot of pain. He's fine. He's fine. No. Why'd you type G? Why? I'm seeing a lot of Y's. All right. Fangies. Damn it. Fangaries. Why? All right. The campfire killer's back, boys.
In the devil's brew.
Let's see.
Seeing him suing up.
Zaza Fangies. Knitters are crazy. Damn. Everyone stop talking one caps, you fucking disabled creatures of society.
Strawberry.
Knitters really be taking our job. Feeding the bloodlust, it is.
Cattle.
Okay, let's see what he says.
I ain't know what's worse. Seeing the ones we killed or
Oh, he's a murderer.
watching the other ones die. The slow way.
He's a murderer. He's a murderer.
Well, they pay well.
Oh, he was in the military.
Them government boys. But
Okay.
money don't last long.
Gosh darn Nichols. He was in the military. He's okay.
It's what you did.
Yeah, he's talking about what he did to the Native Americans, though, in the military.
Sticks around.
I know the feeling.
I was a
Kill him?
young man then.
What do we think?
I still see them faces.
Natives are my ancestors.
I do.
Shoot him in the neck. We can't. We got the. If we kill him, we have to drag him into the fire.
I might risk your lives a minute.
That was his job. He had to if he's suffering more than if you killed him. Stand up for Lev. She's the best knitter I know. She's not like the other knitters.
I'm very sleepy all of a sudden.
Feels like he's about to drink himself to death. Damn. I'm actually 65% mech. No loud Kool-Aid pouring, black and mild smoke or nothing. Okay, fingers crossed. Block has been Uber updated. Give me more. I think we're good. He might explode if you torch him. Let's see. He won't know. He's asleep. I think we have to... Come here, buddy. I got you. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. There you go. Damn it. Hold on. We got to move him. Just quick little... Come on. We got it. L placement, it was. I need to stand back a little bit. Hold on. Are you serious right now? Come on. Why you kill him? I didn't. He passed out. Push his body a little bit. Like. That should be it. Damn it. One first person, line yourself up. That's a good point. Don't do it. Why? This is the worst campfire killer we've had. Arthur, for fuck's sake. He keeps overshooting it. There we go. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Been a while since we did it. We were rusty. Goodbye, brother. To the sky you go. We hope. There we go. How's bro not waking up for this? He was like really drunk. Thoughts on White Boy M? God, White. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? White Boy M is crazy, bro. We got him. Burn, baby, burn. We did it. We're back. The campfire killer's back, boys. I'm back. Welcome back, chicken. How are you? There we go. We did it. Need women for Nemo RP, no questions. Just have to be... What? We did it. Good. White boy M struggling to stay relevant. Yeah, he is. I haven't seen him since that time Dante was pissing him off. Was playing Red Dead earlier. How'd it go? That Dante video was funny as fuck. When he was trying to watch Dante's stream and Dante kept playing the copyrighted music. Campfire killer going up. You know what I'm saying? We're back. Oh, we have a quest, dude. Crime reported. What crime? I did no crime. I did no crime. Hell no. He reversed. I love Dante for that. It was so funny. That was so funny. Dante's great, bro. Skratsx, yo, what's up, Jazzy? How are you? What's up? I guess Nightfolk or whatever they called. Oh, you ran into him? How you feeling? I'm good. I'm good. How are you? Oh shit. I'm good. How are you? Did they say why Kai got banned? Yes. I'll show you. Hold on. They did say why Kai got banned. Kai got banned for, they said he did ERP on stream. They said he did ERP on stream. Yeah, he got banned yesterday. I'm good, bro. I went to take out the trash and the door closed on me and I had to climb out. What? Before you go to the quest, you got to lose the wanted. Okay. Yeah, he got banned. What's ERP? They said he had too many sexual situations on stream. They did. They said too many. Erotic roleplay. See? Twitch banned Kai Cenat after simulated sexual activity on stream. I thought it would be for the dirt bike. But I wouldn't know. I didn't watch the GTA stream, so I don't know what he did. Next thing, they're going to be voting and fighting over chicken sandwiches. He's going to kick. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Damn. What he sim sex on? I guess on GTA. But I need a clip. Twitch be doing Kai wrong for real? They do. I'm looking for a clip. Hold on. I got to find a clip. Close this, close this, close this, this. Twitch can't even get some virtual booty. Train must have called him so fast. Oh, I know Train did. Train was waiting for this. They're always banning him? They are. Motherfucker pulled up porn on live before. What sexual activity? I'm not sure. Not Twitch say through buddy with Kai, but ban him. They are. They're like, oh, we love Kai. Here's the shoes. And then they banned him. Crazy. They probably was pissed because of how he reacted when they sent him the shoes. Then they're going to, if they are, they're going to ban Bruce. They treat him how TikTok treats Skratsx. Oh my God, they do, bro. They do. I was scared I was going to get banned today. All right, let me look. Let's go to, LSF has to have it, right? LSF has to have it. Live stream fails. r/live stream fails. Yeet. Big booty, big little booty minute. Live stream fails. Let's see. Anything on Kai here? LSF eating that shit up? Oh, I know they have to be. I get, like, when I looked yesterday, oh, they thought it was because of the dirt bike. You know? They thought it was because of the dirt bike. 1 HP, Crazy Slickers, Sound Hub, Trackmania. I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing it. What happened with the dirt bike? So he had a dirt bike in his stream room and he was revving it and it went forward with him on it and it crashed into a stream setup, knocked down the camera and everything. Did he sex the dirt bike? Could you imagine? So I thought maybe it was the dirt bike. Do you think everything will move if Kai goes to kick? I don't think so. I think about it like this. Yo, what's up, Trip? So when Ninja was the biggest streamer, how's that TOS? I think it's self-endangerment. Wait, my fault. What happened with the dirt bike again? So Kai had the dirt bike in his room, right? And he was revving it and it went forward with him on it and it hit his stream setup, and knocked everything up. And so I think they would say that was a self-endangerment. It's like the time he passed out because he was high on stream, remember? And they banned him for that. You know? Ninja went to Mixer and that shit flopped. Right. So what I'm saying is, like, Kai would move, right? But I don't think everybody's following him over. Is what I'm saying. Unfortunately. Right? I mean, I don't think it's unfortunate, but you know what I'm saying. Because, like, Ninja went and people are like, oh, here's the clip of the dirt bike. Yo, Mimo, thanks for the follow. They've been trying to take Kai off the map. So you see, like, he's on it, revving it. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what I thought maybe they'd do. Twitch loved to pick and choose, if I remember correctly. They didn't ban him when he was doing the fireworks in his room. Yeah, they didn't. Rip set up. I'm saying. And so I thought maybe that was it, but I don't even see. Let me type Kai GTA. We just need to start putting our stuff on the hub. Fuck it, right? Yeah, a lot of people just don't want to make a change. If you're not on Twitch, then they're not going to watch you. That's what I'm saying. Is that why they banned him? No, they said he had. Okay, so the first clip I saw is XQC playing GTA, and he's in a strip club, and he didn't get banned. Kai, speed up top. What chapter you on? 3. I thought it was because he didn't like their shoes. That's what we're saying. Oh, I think it may be
5, 4, 3.
I don't want to show it because he got banned, but just this is the still, right? This is the still shot. You know what I'm saying? So, you know. Wait, did he break out of the house? Put the link in the chat or something? I don't know. Okay, let me put the Twitter link. I don't know if this is it, though, because I didn't actually watch it, but I'm on Twitter. There you go. There's the link. For research purposes. Yes. Yes. And so they say that, but then I see this link of XQC. Brace yourself on chapter 4. And this is the link of XQC and GTA. Why? XQC went crazy. XQC actually went crazy in this. You know? But, you know, Twitch, maybe it is the shoes thing. Bruce better watch out after he made fun of them for the shoes. So, you know what I'm saying? You better watch out. You better watch out. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're seeing. Oh my God, titties. Yeah. XQC was going crazy. But XQC shit was on Twitch? Yeah, it was. It was. That was on Twitch. And so, like, it's defo the shoes. Bare titties on Twitch and he's still here. That's what I'm saying. What? XQC straight up went to the strip club in there. You know? Like, so, you know how it goes. Like, what? I don't know what to say other than that is, XQC didn't even fuck. He didn't even switch to the just chatting screen. If Twitch sends you shoes, Skratsx, you better love them. Oh, if Twitch sent me shoes, you best believe I'll act crazy. You know? I'll put music on and be like, what? I'll start like holding the shoes up like they're fucking Simba and Lion King. We'll put the angel sound effect on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it's because he showed the kick shoes. The kick shoes were way better. You know, like, you have to exaggerate as much as possible. Oh, we will. I'll see. I'll poke myself in the eye off screen. I'll put like the BRB screen up. I'll poke myself in the eye real quick, get some eye drops, and I'll sell it. Man, that Kai clip was vanilla, bro. That can't be it. That's not like I just don't know. I don't know why what they were talking about. He didn't even do shit. That's what I'm saying. I have no idea what happened. Like, no idea. Let me see Kai GTA ban. Let's see the kick shoes. I got you. Oh, here's a picture of them holding up together. Okay, perfect. Let me get this. They just wanted him gone? I think so. Oh, let me switch back. Here, the kick shoes on the left. You know? Or maybe they were mad that Kai was making fun of the shoes when he had Rich Paul on stream. That could be it. Fuck it, if I'm Kai, free vacation, right? Kick is their rival and he advertised their shoes. Kick shoes much better? Yes. It could be because he was talking shit about their shoes with Rich Paul. You know, when he was like, so what did Twitch give you? And he's like, these shoes. And then they were making fun of him. Kick shoes are much better. Like, I'd actually wear kick shoes. You couldn't catch me in them Twitch ones. You know? They both ass. You know, like, Kicks is just better. Yeah, they're just way better than Twitches. Shoes is a crazy idea. I wonder who okayed that. Them Twitch shoes are horrible? Yeah. I wonder who okayed those, you know? They were like, yeah. Twitch ones look like something you'd find at Walmart. True. Like, someone's like, you know what'll really, like, they've been begging for contracts and stuff like that. Let's show them we appreciate them with some shoes, you know? With some shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love shoes. They'd love that. They 100% would, you know? Come and kill me. What? The purple ones are the Twitch shoes, correct? Yes. The purple ones are the Twitch ones. Twitch Force ones. They were just, God. Them blackies love the shoes, you know? Let's not send them a fat check. Let's send them some motherfucking shoes. And not just any shoes. The most ass shoes we can find. You know? What's he going to say about them? He's going to appreciate them. Look at him. You know he likes shoes. Twitch step. Blacks love purple Kool-Aid and Air Force. Let's put them together. Yo, Calawax. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. How about stock options? Yeah, that sure as hell is not going to happen.
Anyway, I started blasting.
That's definitely not happening.
All right.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. Well, thanks for the follow with this combo going on. Yeah, it's you know, thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. What up, brother? Just chilling. How are you? Hey. Yo, Uncle Cheesebone. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? I like your names. You know, Twitch CEOs probably sounding like the. Have you seen the video of the Herman Miller CEO? It's Twitch staff coming through. Yeah, everyone be on your best behavior. I wonder when they're gonna put NFTs instead of subs. Oh God, I hope they don't do that shit. I hope they don't. He can stream on YouTube though, as well as Kick. Speed seems to be doing well on YouTube. That's true. Gideon too. I'm doing good. Not doing anything haram, which is good. Allah is always watching. Very true. Good for you, Calawax. Herman Miller's asked out for that. I gotta go walk my dog. Love you, BB. Boy, peace. Yo. Not good. I appreciate you. Have a good walk. Yeah, that video was crazy when she's like, Kit, leave Pity City. Leave Pity City. You know what I'm saying? When they were mad that they weren't getting bonuses, but she took like a $6 million bonus. That was crazy. Also, bad news. We don't have time to do this quest in Red Dead, for the record. I have to leave in 8 minutes. She was shady. That was crazy. Leave Pity City and just provide customer service. Allah's our God. Allah is the only God in my beliefs. Good explanation. You know? Good explanation. Yeah. That was crazy though. Wait, you're leaving early? Yeah, I have to leave. I have to leave. I gotta pack and stuff. Is it still? I don't know. When is Ramadan over? Ramadan. You know, because I gotta I gotta be there. I gotta hit the road, especially because it's gonna rain. You know how it's like strange. You know how people drive in the rain here. You know what I'm saying? Ramadan's over in 2 days on the 20th. You know what I'm saying? I have to pack. Like Texas drivers are terrible in the rain. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they've never driven. It's like they've never driven ever. You know? Like, they quite literally look at roads like how Kai's looking at the shoes. You know what I'm saying? They're like, roads? What do we do with these? What do we do? Right? Like, it's bad. It's so bad. I'm going to take away their lives and their cars. That's exactly what they're like. It's horrible. 20th of Ramadan ends 2 days. Then I can eat normal, my brother. Thank Allah. Like, I'm like, God, bro. Anything no other than sunny weather, they just cannot drive to save their lives, you know? So, gotta leave at a decent time so I arrive on time, you know? You know what I'm saying? Vegas is the same way. I could imagine Vegas is like that. People can't drive for shit. Resume Red Dead? I can't. We only have 5 minutes. We only have 5 minutes left. I can walk around. We got 5 minutes till I gotta go. In our religion, you can never say Allah's name in vain. I think that's good. Let me invade these people and then I'll get off. When it rains, it's like people suddenly have the driving IQ of a 2-year-old. It's crazy how bad drivers get in bad. I don't understand it. Where you heading to, Skratsx? I gotta go to Houston for a photo shoot. You know what I'm saying? A photo shoot. But what's gonna happen is tomorrow, I think I don't start till 11 tomorrow. So I can stream for like 30, 45 minutes, but it'll be from my phone. Or my laptop. But obviously we won't be playing games because my setup will be here. That way we also keep the streak going, you know what I'm saying? Because the streak, IRL stream, I'll be in Houston, you know? I can tell more about it after I'm done shooting, you know? But what's the streak? You modeling now? No, I'm a photographer. I'm the photographer, you know what I'm saying? I am the photographer. So I have to go to Houston. How many? Because right now, we have streamed for 96 consecutive days. You know what I'm saying? You know? He's lying. He's being photographed by GQ. Whoa, GQ. GQ would be crazy. Phyllis, do you want a duel? If you win, I'll double your points. Yeah, 96 straight days. Bro, that sounds like a scam. Yeah, we're almost at 100 straight days of streaming. So I'm not gonna ruin that 3 days before we hit 100, you know? Yeah, don't break your streak. Stream tomorrow. Yeah. So I'm gonna stream from my phone. I'm gonna stream from my phone. So I'll still be here at 10. Regardless, you know. I will still be here at 10. Faxi about to pose for Vogue. IRL stream, Skull. Yeah, I'll probably be like, I don't know where I'll stream. I have to find like a room or something, but we'll be good. Yeah, for Vogue. That's what we're doing. Vogue. That'd be wild. Vogue would be wild. The other thing though is like I have an Amazon package that's supposed to be here that I need to take with me, and it's not here yet. I forgot slow-mo was on while I'm playing Red Dead. Streaming a gas station bathroom? Bet. I could do that. I'm worried that my package is not going to be here in time, even though I ordered it 3 days ago. Giant chat on the screen is cool. I actually kind of like it do we like chat this size or you want it smaller? Waiting on a package too? A Prime is ass sometimes? It really is. It's so bad. It's good. Got you, Tab, my boy, at work. Really working and shit. Yo, Mozzie, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for real. I hope work's going well. It's only an issue when someone puts a longer message. Smaller so we can see more messages? Okay. Let me refresh it real quick. I got you. We'll go It's smooth. 2 hours to go. There we go. All right. Let's see how it looks. We'll see how it looks. That better? Like that size? Is that better? Good? Okay. Hello, gamers. What's up, Matt? How are you? That looks good? Okay. That's the right size. Yes, I'll be in chat. No volume, though? Oh, you're good. Yeah. Bye, Matt. I'm about to... We got 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting off in 2 minutes. I'm doing well. How are you? I am good. I'm just waiting for Amazon to deliver my camera stuff so I can get going. You know? Cool. I got you. I'm late as fuck. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. Better be the best 2 minutes of my life. Oh, it will be. Don't you worry. Ejecto Ciso, cuz. Like, I'm telling you, it'll be the greatest 2 minutes of your life, man. I got you. There will never be, you'll think about this 2 minute. You streaming tomorrow? I'll be streaming on my phone. Yeah, from my phone. Since my setup won't be here. Like, won't be where I am. But I'll stream over my phone for like an hour-ish. Like 30 minutes to an hour. Because I actually have to work, you know what I'm saying? You know, but then Thursday, I'll be back here. I'm going to get home late as hell Wednesday night, but I'll be here same time on Thursday. You know? Same time on Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So, what? Hi, Addie. Hi, Addie. We only have 1 minute left, but hello. Wait, what? Are we getting fake Skratsx in here? Wait, Roger's sending you something. Okay. Skratsx is leaving. Yes. Hope your shoot with GQ goes well. What's he sending me? He's not streaming anymore. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, but I'm about to leave. I'm about to raid somebody. I need you to watch something. Okay, I will watch it. I will watch it. Be him for the day? Yeah. Like, we'll have someone be me. Use my stream key. You know. Where's he sending it? Discord or Twitter? It's the worst. Where is it? I have both open. So I'll be Skratsx for the day. Yes. Addie will be Skratsx for the day. She'll be better than me, to be honest with you. She will be. She will be better than me. You know, I'll come back and you'll be like, put Addie back. Remember when you start modeling with Zendaya? I'm not modeling. I'm not modeling though. You know? Oh Lord. You know, I'm not modeling though, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not. We do like it, The Daily Show. Yeah, let's do it just like The Daily Show. Wasn't Addie going to join BTB too? Yes. Addie is joining BTB, I believe. Yes. The BTB is growing. Yo, did I win that duel or did I lose that duel? I don't remember. Oh, I did. I won. Okay. I do want to join the BTB? Yes. I won. Okay, sent to Discord. Okay. Where? Did you DM it to me? I don't have a DM. But I've never played a Red Dead ever. Oh, you're good. You're good. That doesn't matter. You know, I DM'd you though. Oh, I just saw that, but I didn't get it's an Am I the Asshole story. I just saw yours, Cursed, right now. The wildest story I've ever seen. I don't have a DM. I don't have it. Like, was it Discord? 'Cause I'm in Discord. I don't have a Twitter one either. So, you know, I don't know. I has nothing. No DMs. He's going, I think. Okay, sent to Discord. Was it in I'm looking at all the channels. There's nothing in the channels. I don't see a DM. The last DM we had was about Minecraft. You know, good old Minecraft. I had to send it through TikTok. Okay, let me go to TikTok. Let me open my TikTok. I sent it on Twitter, actually. Okay, I got Addie's link. Thank you. Hold on. Let me put me at the bottom right here. Here we go.
Am I the asshole for hitting my friend's dog?
All the T-abs.
With
Have
my
fun with the
car.
photo shoot. Thank you.
Let's hear him out. Let's see.
Wait.
Now, I do really want to prep.
With my what?
With my car.
Okay, car.
Let's hear him out.
I said something different.
Now, I do really want to preface. Actually, no, I'm not going to preface. Fuck it.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You know what?
Leave the surprises for in store.
You know what? Yeah.
What magical world awaits us?
Oh, it's not magic. It's hell. We're living in hell. So my friend recently rescued a stray. I'm not sure what breeds it is, but it looks to be some kind of pit bull mix. Anyways, ever since we got it, he has been putting in a lot of effort attempting to train it, more like tame it. This is how I know dog racism exists.
Yeah.
I feel it's weird. Prejudice against dogs.
Like pit bulls,
Yeah. But it doesn't seem to be paying any dividends. It still constantly barks at everything, pulls on the leash, and is generally loud and obnoxious. I don't really care about the barking part since I'm not his neighbor, but I think it's just a matter of when before someone gets injured by it.
That's not... Christ. Fucking asshole.
So what's the response to this? I hit it with my car.
Is that what it was?
Yes. Anyways, yesterday I was driving by his house and saw his dog.
What's going on? We're watching an "Am I the Asshole" for someone who hit a dog with their car. They hit their friend's dog with the car. You know what I'm saying?
Running loose in the middle of the street, and I thought I was going to teach it a lesson.
So basically, they saw the dog in the middle of the street and go, "Nothing teaches a dog a lesson like hitting it with my fucking car. You're done, dog. You're fucking done." What the fuck? They should just stop there. Like, you're the asshole, bro. I'm a huge fan of yours. Sometimes I print on you, and Skratsx is strange. What?
Trigger warning.
I intended.
A one-time piece of steel just bopping you isn't going to do much, you know?
I can't believe
Guys, don't send me dick pics anymore. Damn, they are the problem. Yeah, they are.
To lightly bump into it. What? Very lightly, but enough to make it scared and not. What are you saying?
Mm-hmm.
What are you fucking saying? Okay, fuck. I intended to lightly. I intended to lightly bump into it, very lightly, but enough to make it scared and not go into the street again, or best case, not escape at all again. I slowed down a bit, but I guess not enough. Because here's where I think I could possibly be the asshole.
So, up to this point, they were like, I'm good. I'm good, bro. Like, I'm good, you know? Up to this point, me lightly tapping the dog, you know, just threatening it with my car, I'm not an asshole for that. Over the hood. Yeah, like, oh, wait. Hold on. Let me go back. Hold on.
Not enough. Scared and not go into the street again, or best case, not escape at all again. I slowed down a bit, but I guess not enough. Because here's where I think I could possibly be the asshole. I sent it flying over the hood.
How fucking fast do you have to go to send it over the hood? Like, clearly you didn't slow down.
Again,
did they mistake the brake for the accelerate? Like, did they forget which one they're supposed to press? Because clearly you didn't slow down at all.
My intention at all.
Wait, how?
Yeah, like he hated that dog.
Purposefully.
He was like, I'm going to say I slowed down, but I'm fucking speeding up. Like, fuck this dog. He sped up.
This dog.
And sent it flying over.
And at this point, when this happened, they go, yeah, I might be the asshole. I'm not completely sure. Like, I maybe, but I don't think so. So I got to ask, Yeah, he wanted him dead. He hated this doggy, for real. Like I said, he had GTA. It gets worse.
The hood?
Okay.
That's not how the scene went in Family Guy, because the dog is fucking small. This has to be fake. This has to be fucking
It's gotta be fake. It's so funny though.
I was slack-jawed this whole...
I pulled over to see what happened, and the dog seemed fine.
Yo, if this is a real story, I'm about to start fucking training for Creator Class using your fucking body.
It was...
And a baseball bat.
We're just gonna print it out and put it on the...
No, I'm gonna find him.
Oh, okay, never mind. It was maybe limping a bit, but...
What do you mean? What do you mean maybe limping a bit? What do you mean it's maybe limping a bit? Like, it seemed okay.
Okay.
It was maybe limping.
It was maybe.
Maybe. Just maybe. I don't know. I didn't check.
It was maybe
Yeah, that dog's
limping a
dead as
bit,
hell.
but it wasn't visibly upset or anything. So I...
You know why it wasn't visibly upset? Probably because it's fucking dead. You know? Like, being dead will really show that you're not physically upset.
I grabbed it by the collar.
Okay. So then, instead of like carrying it like a normal person, they picked it up by the collar. They grabbed it by the collar
And took it to my friend's house. His wife opened, and I told her what happened, and
Give me
she
some
started
Ted Bundy
screaming
vibes.
and
I agree.
shouting how I could do such a thing, and she wouldn't calm down
But,
no
like-
matter how hard I tried to explain my side of things.
Yeah.
How did they think this explanation would make things right? I just picture, like, let me grab my watch. Like, you have the dog like this, right? You have the dog like this. You open the door, she's clearly screaming. You're like, wait. My whole explanation will make this so much better. So your dog, I think, is kind of an asshole. And so I decided I'm going to train the dog that you clearly didn't train. And I'm just going to lightly tap it with my car, right? So I intended to hit your dog with the car. And it didn't slow down, and it went flying over. But it doesn't look upset, right? Does this look like an upset dog to you? Exactly. So stop screaming. Damn. It's like shit. This for sure was hella downvotes on... yeah. This, like, everyone, this is clearly... They're the asshole.
Yeah, because you have a side to this. Yeah, you have a reasonable side to this. Yeah. You fucking idiot. I hope you burn in hell. Holy shit.
Later that day, I got a text from my friend, and to keep it short, he never wants to see me again and might press charges.
Should press charges.
Yes, press
Good,
charges.
good.
Yeah.
So from my point of view, I taught the dog a lesson, but I'm...
So they're still like, yeah, lesson learned, buddy. Get the fuck out the road. Like, I taught the dog a lesson. What do you want from me, bro?
Because he can learn. Yeah. Because you know what the dog needs. It's your dog. Yeah.
So-
and that's how you train a dog. Yeah. I remember.
Not even the neighbor.
Yeah, so remember, like, if you are trying to train a dog, remember, teach it to stay off the fucking road. Like,
You know, I remember that episode of The Dog Whisperer where Caesar Milan just ran over
a dog with his car.
demons are ass.
to teach
I
him a
agree.
lesson.
Lesson learned, you little rascal. He's not upset. He's not upset. Look at him. Look how happy he is. Don't you see? Look how happy.
Yeah.
This is an advanced technique. From my point of view, I taught the dog a lesson, but I might have gone too far.
Might have. It, like, might have is crazy to me.
Even though it wasn't my intention.
It was your intention, though. Like, it was.
Am I the asshole?
Yes.
Holy fuck. That was crazy. Look at the dog with a broken leg. He's so happy, isn't he? Who's a good boy? What the fuck? What the fuck? Let me see if I can find this thread. I also need to find who I'm rating while I'm doing this. Let me see. I found it. It's on Am I the Devil? Let's look. Hold on. Dog turned into air, but it sure as shit did. Like, it's brand new. Yes. Wait, I found one that's 3 days. 3 days. And it has, oh, I'm down. I'll downvote it too. That's fucking crazy. Where is it? Let me. That's wild. How come I haven't seen that with like a Subway Surfer story? You know? I feel like a Subway Surfer story would go great here. Yeah, here it is. Right here. Right here. Down. That's actually fucking wild. Discord DMs? Okay. Should be the first to post one? I should. No, that's exactly what happened.
Driveway is a funny place for a dog to sleep. This isn't your dog, is it?
This is what happened. It was in I'm the Asshole and they deleted it? Of course they did. They got too much heat. Let's see if we can go that post remover. I need to see what the numbers were. What is it? Is it set it? No, it's not set it. Hold on. Let me see. Reddit, deleted, post, viewer. I was sick yesterday. I hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. Remove edit's not gone.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
There we go. Let's try und it. Und it? I got to see what the numbers were looking like. Oh, it doesn't let me see the downvotes and stuff. Damn. Fuck you so hard. I hope you get hit by a fire tornado. Removed within 15 seconds. You're the asshole. You're a psycho. What the fuck? You need therapy and a wake-up call. Maybe some meds. This is sick. I agree. I wish I could see what this was. No new comments. There it is, though. Yeah, I knew they had to delete this shit. That's crazy. That's wild. Holy. I cannot eat. I'm not looking forward to school tomorrow. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun, girls. I'm going to be honest with you. It does not sound good. It does not sound good. He straight deleted his account, too? Yeah, that happens. That happens. Like, Jesus. You know what that makes me want to do, though? Addie has inspired me. We need to do an Am I the Asshole compilation when I get back. Thoughts? An Am I the Asshole watching stream? What you think? What you think? Agreed? Okay, perfect. We're going to do that when I get back. Thursday. Put a pin in it. Thursday. When I'm back, Am I the Asshole? If you don't do it, I will. We can both do it. We'll find different videos. Whenever a motherfucker gets called out for something, they either delete everything or make a trash apology. They do. They'll be like, where's that emotional music I played yesterday? I like the ones where they make it seem like it's your fault because you're stupid. You know? I need the sad music. Let me see. Sad music, royalty free. They're the best. I say we both do it. We'll find different videos, you know? It's always this one. Is this tab muted? It's not. Okay, perfect. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Let's go. It's always that. And they're like, guys, I'm very sorry that you couldn't understand my intentions. We do the couch setup kind of thing where you read it and I just react. Oh, I'm down. That'd be so good. They're like, I'm sorry for the incredibly horrible things that I did. I mean, yeah, I hit a dog, but you're too stupid to realize that it deserved it. You know, like if you trained it better. The auto-tune, I got you. If you'd just trained it a little better, it really would have never gotten hit. But I had to do it because you refused to do it. Train your pets better, people. I'm so sorry y'all were offended by my actions. I'm so sorry. But look how happy your dog is. You see it. Does he look upset? Look at him. Does he look upset? Yeah, he got a little limp, but who doesn't? Like, that's cool these days. So are we cool, bro? Or sorry we put your puppy in the mosh pit. I meant to slow down, but I accidentally accelerated instead of flying over the hood. But who doesn't do that? It's a common mistake. Move on, stop crying. Get a tissue. Like, he got a limp, you know? I got a limp. It's cool, bruh. You know, sorry your dog's 6 feet under, man. You can always get another one, though. You know? To be honest, like, if your dog was in the street, like, I shouldn't even have to hit the brakes. It walked in front of me. It walked in front of me. Shh. Shh. He's still alive. That's what's important. You know? That kind of apology, you know? It's that kind of stuff. It would have to be Sunday or Monday because I'm dumb and I have to work a work schedule that doesn't work with 99% of your stream schedule. We can do it on yours too. Like, I can do it on your, like, either way. W apology? I think so, right? He may not be alive here, but he's alive in your heart. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we could do it on your stream. Because I'm here for sure. You know? W, big W, I agree. That's going to be fun. That'll legitimately be fun. I'm excited. So, compilation video tomorrow, and then on Addy's stream, we're going to read them. Let's do it. W's. We're going to read them. We're going to read them.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
You do yours Thursday, and I'll do one Monday or Sunday. I don't know. Okay. Smoking the puppy pack is absolutely nuts. W apology. Peace out. Just, yo, I love y'all. I love y'all. I will be here via my phone. I got that cream cheese coochie on lock. That sound's going to follow me for the rest of my life. It's going to follow me for the rest of my life. But I'll be here tomorrow via my phone. You know, from I don't know where yet, somewhere in Houston. Till this day, like it's going to. It's going to follow me forever. But I see y'all tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. Who am I raiding? Let's raid. Is he on? Let me refresh real quick. He went up to them dogs and said that he did.
Give me
He said, I
some
hope
of
that helps.
burger.
Love you, Skratsx. I love you. I love you, Addy. Y'all are the best. Where? Oh, Dom got off. All right. I'm going to leave y'all with Meek. Meek is cool people. I got to pack. I'm so bad at packing. Someone send me a must-have list so I don't forget anything. You know, Meek Mill, Meek Stream. You know, almost the same. Have a great day, everybody. Let's see if the raid works. Please work. Don't hit me with that unraid stuff. It seems like it's working. I hate packing too. It's actually the worst. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably just going to bring a backpack though, because it's only one day. Always forget something. Hopefully, at least I forget something like it's working. Yes. Hopefully, I don't forget anything like photo gear related, you know? We'll see. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Love y'all.